that the election was contested.
Hold on, let the monitor. Hello, thanks a lot for staying tuned into the Verdict 2023 from the studios of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. We're live from Abuja, and this is how we have been bringing you updates regarding the state's elections going down across the country, in this very lovely country, Nigeria. And we have been bringing you updates. And out of the 28 states electing new governors, of course, 20 states know their next governors. That is, those who will be their governors for the next 4 years after being sworn in. And of course, 8 states are still in the process. Adamawa States and Kebbi states have been declared inconclusive by the INEC officials in the respective states. In Rivers and Zamfara states, we're still expecting update from the collation centers across the 2 states. And of course, in Benue, the process will continue tomorrow. That's voting in some parts of the states on Tuesday. And Abia, Enugu, and Taraba states, we have elections postponed in those countries. That is, now we're expecting the result from the process to continue in those 8 states I've just mentioned. Welcome to this shift. I am Musbad and Wahab. Of course, my colleagues have been on this seat from the dawn of the day, bringing you blow-by-blow accounts of happenings as far as this state election is concerned. Again, I welcome you to this shift, and I have 2 gentlemen in the studio with me. Very close to me is Malam Yabagi Yusuf Sani, is the IPAC National Chairman, and of course ADP Presidential Candidate. Good to have you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right, and Chief George Agbakai, High Chief Haddad, has been with us since morning, political affairs analyst. We really appreciate your stay.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, in any moment from now, we expect Professor Kabir Mato, a political scientist, to join us from Kaduna studio. We'll come back to that. And of course, we're still expecting update from collation centers in Rivers and Zamfara states. As soon as we get signals from those states, we'll definitely link you up and you get the news as they come. All right, let me begin with Chief Agbakai. Okay, you've been in the studio. Let me start with Malam Yabagi Yusuf Sani, who is the national chairman of IPAC. You've been observing this situation right from the beginning, that is before, during this process. What has been your observation of this process so far? We have results concluded, a result from 20 states out of the 28 states electing governors?
Well, it's been an experience,
Right.
as a country,
Certainly.
and I believe that what we are taking away from this exercise is the fact that democracy
Is that work?
is in progress, and Nigerians have come of age in managing this process, simply because there's no other alternative to democracy, and therefore we have to make it work. And that is why the spirit of some of us are very high, in spite of all the challenges. It's not been something that you can say we're happy about, but it's something that we can live with. Like I said, we don't have another alternative to democracy in terms of having a system of government that will allow diversity, to be used as a strength, for a nation like Nigeria. It's the only system that allows, the kind of situation we have in this country in terms of our backup, in terms of our experience, in terms of what God has given to us from human capital, natural resources, and the history of this country itself, and the position we occupy in the community of nations, not only on the continent of Africa but all over the world. Like we always recognize the fact that we are the pride of the black race, and democracy, like I said, is the only system of government that we must do whatever it takes so that it will work for us. If it's working for other countries, other people, there's no reason why it cannot work in Nigeria.
Right.
Yes, challenges are there, like you are saying. We're paying dearly, for it. Lives are being lost, property being destroyed. But whatever is worth doing at all, they say it's worth doing well. And yes, it's costing us unnecessarily. Like I said, it's unfortunate that still, since the beginning of democracy in this country, if you take it back to 1960, when we had, the independence up to now, there has been incremental, progress made, and we believe that the most populous country on the continent of Africa, definitely cannot just achieve that milestone that we need to achieve without some of these costs. Like I said, we're not happy that it's costing us as much as it's costing us. But if you look at the background of the development itself, I'm talking about the economic development, and then social development, political development, which is what we're talking about now. Political development cannot be discussed outside economic and social development. And when you look at Nigeria, you will of course agree with me that when you look at the process that we're in today, you take it from the beginning. Like you said, we've been observing. I'm a player, a key participant in the process. I'm talking about from the primaries to where we are today. Definitely, it's not yet Uhuru. And like I said, Nigeria, like other African countries, we are battling with what I think one of the professors said, Ali Mazrui, the triple heritage, meaning that you have your cultural dynamics, the beliefs that we have, and you have the Western ideology, and you also have the Islamic, ideology
as well.
And these are always at play, and you can see it when we had our primaries. It was the issue of ethnicity, religion, and regionalism, and these things. Regionalism was something created by the Western, world, the colonialization and things like that. That's one of the fallback of fallout of our experience in the colonial, days, and we have different religions, the major ones and also the traditional ones, and we have different ethnicities, ethnic groups, and it was like I said, it's characterized, those things characterized our primaries, and that is why even when we come to the general elections, you could see
all of this
at play, from the presidential to the governorship to even House of Assembly, at that tier, of governance. So Nigeria, unlike other so-called developed democracies, it's an interesting development, nation, because some of the things I've mentioned, which we are battling with, other countries do not, have to contend with such. They have close to what you can call homogeneous, society. Yes, you have largely one religion that dominates, But here you have a sharp division, in terms of religious beliefs, and so that's why when you see the progress we are making in this country, believe you me, we must have to congratulate ourselves that yes, in spite of all these things that
we have to
contend with, we are still moving forward. That's the most important thing. So that's why if you ask me, I'll say, well, we are making progress, but not at the pace we would have wanted it to be, and not at the cost that is, we have to bear, But with technology that has been, brought into the whole, into space, although, like I was saying somewhere, I said, it's like we have been too ambitious. But again, what is the alternative? The alternative is not something we want to continue with.
Ambitious in terms of progress?
In terms of the technology that we have brought into, look at what is happening with beavers, look at what is happening with iron. It is not to say beavers is not a welcome development. It is, because
it's been largely commended.
Exactly, it's badly commended, and it's a challenge because what is the challenge? Unfortunately, we are used to doing things against, the rules. That is typical Nigerian. We don't want to obey rules. I'm talking about rule of law. So you have the people that, from the people at the helms of affairs, I'm talking about. You can take it from the top, the president, to the governors, to chairman local governments. They always want to circumvent the rules in the governance, and that is what we brought into the political. I mean, the election, the processes that were introduced, and that's why people found it difficult to even accept and use beavers as it was. You remember, in the early days of this process.
Okay, we're going to come to all of those things. Yes. You have itemized, yes. And we'll take them one by one. Of course, you said Nigeria has come of age. If Chief Agbakai will agree with you, I will seek to know. Now, let's quickly connect Kano, where we're going to have the acceptance speech by the just declared winner of election in that state.
أعوذ بالله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على النبي الكريم. The name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. All praises be to Allah, Lord of the universe, the Master of the day of judgment. Allah's special grace, honor, and mercy be upon our noble prophet, Muhammad Rasulullah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and members of his family. Gentlemen of the press, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. With deep humility and gratitude to Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who gives and takes power from whom He wills, on behalf of my humble self and my deputy, Comrade Aminu Abdul Salam Gorzo, we stand before you to accept the mandate of the good people of Kano State, affirming to uphold this special contract between our party, the New Nigeria People's Party, and the good people of Kano State. Our unflinching gratitude goes to the entire people of the state. We recognize your commitment, your determination, courage, loyalty, as well as your ferocious resolve to defend your sovereign rights and the integrity of our democracy. Despite the fact that our party, the NNPP, is relatively new, coupled with the fact that the logo of our party was purely depicted on the ballot paper, and with widespread of electoral violence, you still gave us your mandate. We had no money, and due to the inflicted poverty on the citizenry, the government of the day took advantage by buying votes of the people with both the new and old currencies and distributed wrappers and other household items to voters. Against all these odds, you still came out en masse to give us your mandate. Indeed, Talia Batadabi. We are profoundly grateful and will not take your mandate for granted. Our unreserved commendation also goes to members of the armed forces who were deployed to Kano for the election, and most of other security agencies, and indeed Independent Electoral Commission, for maintaining their neutrality by keeping the peace and promptly responding to our genuine complaints before, during, and after the elections. In the same vein, I salute and commend the patriotism of members of the media for their coverage, and also applaud and appreciate the roles played by members of the civil society and the numerous domestic and international observer groups that worked tirelessly towards ensuring free, fair, and credible elections. Fellow compatriots, our determination will be an offshoot of the Konkoso administration, and we assure the good people of Kano State of our resolve to uphold and continue the philosophy of the Concoursia movement. We shall continue with its laudable policies of good qualitative education, empowerment programs, policies and programs that promote skills acquisition and entrepreneurship. The completion of abundant projects across the state, pre-maternal health care program, and provision of conducive atmosphere for the development of businesses within the state. We cannot complete our acceptance speech without thanking our leader, our mentor, His Excellency Senator Rabi Musa Konkoso, for his untiring effort that led to the declaration of our mandate today as Governor and Deputy Governor-elect. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we thank all people of good will across the country and even foreign nationals. It is our hope that you will continue to support us toward the successful discharge of our mandate by the grace of Almighty Allah. Thank you for your attention. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless our great party, the new Nigeria People's Party. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless Concoursia and bless Kano State and Nigeria in general. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you very much.
All right, the acceptance speech by Abba Kabir Yusuf of the new Nigeria People's Party. Thus, the candidate or the governorship candidate of the NNPP was just been declared by INEC as the winner of the March 18 governorship election in Kano State. And here is the result from Kano State. Just so you remember, APC in that state got 890,705. That's by Nasir Yusuf Gawuna, who is the incumbent deputy governor of the state. And NNPP, and that's got 1,019,602 votes to emerge winner of the election. And PDP came third in the state with 15,967 votes. That's for Mohammed Sani Abacha of the People's Democratic Party in the state. Now let's bring in a political scientist from Kaduna State, Kabiru Mato. Professor Kabiru Mato, he is ready to join us right now from Kaduna State.
Good evening. Good evening.
In Kano State, NNPP, that was a massive win for the NNPP in the state, 1,019,602. And he has just given a speech telling us some policy statements and the direction that his administration will take.
I think in light of the current political reality nationally, the dynamics of the presidential and governorship election in the country, they are remarkably different in most parts of the country. But you find out that in Kano State in particular, I think the dynamics are a little bit similar. The NNPP won handily in the presidential election, and unlike what is happening in other states where different party, won in the gubernatorial election, NNPP also handily won in the gubernatorial election. I think the personality of Kwankwaso in Kano politics, I think, cannot be overemphasized. You can mirror it to that of Aminu Kano, you know, in the Second Republic and perhaps First Republic. You know, a little bit of radical, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's quite expected that NNPP will do very, very well and win the election in Kano State, even though we know fully well that APC and Ganduje fought very hard to make an inroad and win this election. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. But now, in respect of the acceptance speech that was given by the governor-elect, I think he showed he was pretty magnanimous and gracious in victory. But I was a little bit abased when he started making some unfounded allegations, you know, accusing the government of the day, you know, of buying vote. I think that is quite uncalled for in an acceptance speech. You know, that's kind of being divisive. You know, when you win an election, I think you're supposed to, you know, bring everybody together. Yes, and unite everybody, just like President-elect Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu did when he won the presidential election. You know, he showed, you know, he was magnanimous and he was also compassionate, you know, in his speech, you know, asking for unity, for harmony.
Right, Chief Agbakai, let me
Yes.
quickly put you on hold. We connect River State now to get some updates from the Collation Center in Port Harcourt.
The outcome of the executive election held on 18th day of March 2023. Number of registered voters. 35.
Better mic, I better give a better mic.
Number of registered voters. You are matching the wire. 35, 37, 190. Number of accredited voters. Number of accredited voters. 196. 852. Sorry, 852. Number of accredited voters. 496. 852. The performance of the parties. Party A, 7155. 55. Party AAA. Party AA, 7155. Party AA, 1693. 1693. Party AAC, 386. Party ADC, 940. ADC, 940. Party ADP, 925. 925. Party APC, APC 95274. 95274. Party APGA Abuja 489. 489. Party APM. Party APM 568. Party APP. Party APP 973. 973. Party LP. Sorry, BP. Party BP 137. 137. Party LP 22224. 22,224. 22224. Party NNPP 335. Party NRM 2258. 2258. Party PDP 302 614. 302 614. Party SDP 46981. 46981. Party YPP Steve 44. 644. Party ZLP 338. 338. Total valid votes. 483. 934. 483. 934. 4.
And a shame for that.
Rejected votes. Rejected votes. 10670. 10670. Total votes cast. 964. 494. 494 604. 494 604. Thank you very much. So, Shem, come on.
Sir, can I one observation, sir?
Go ahead.
Can you show us the total? Can you show us the parties that they are?
Please project everything. Project the entire table. The entire table, please.
In course of this collation, returning officers from the three local governments announced vaccination from different
No, go back to the total.
from different works. But so far, from what is
All right, collation center from Port Harcourt for the governorship election in Rivers State. Okay, we seems to be having some technical issues there. We'll reconnect with Port Harcourt. That's Collation Center for Rivers State's governorship election. And you just got the figures from the returning officer. Any moment from now, we'll reconnect for the declaration or the next line of action. Chief Agwakai, you were having some comments on the acceptance speech by the just declared winner of Kano State's governorship election.
Yeah, well, you know, first of all, let me congratulate the governor-elect. It was a great win. But I was concerned somehow with his acceptance speech, even though it was more or less like a policy statement. You know, but the idea of, you know, alleging that the government of the day, you know, was involved in vote buying and, you know, other allegations, you know, I think is first of all unfounded, and it will not make room for unity, for harmony, you know, and togetherness in a state after a hard-fought election. We found a kind of violence and rioting that characterized the election. So, you know, making a speech that would bring people together, you know, I think is a step in the right direction, instead of making speeches that are unfounded, accusing, you know, one party or the other of, you know, allegations that are pretty much unfounded. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Chief Agwakai. Again, NNPP won the state with over 1 million votes, leading APC that's in second position with 890,705. Malam Sani, is this part of what you saw to say Nigeria's democracy has come of age? And it's a kind of a statement or an outcome disputing the incumbency philosophy that we used to have in this country?
Well, I think what happened in Kano is in the character of what our politics has been since 1960. If you look at, like Chief Agbakai here was you know, mentioned the fact that you could see the personality of Aminu Kano in Konkoso, that is by being able to mobilize the telecowers, you know, and for them to believe in him.
Even after leaving office as the
after leaving office,
governor.
yes, he still has, you know, the followership which has been demonstrated in the presidential election and also in the governorship election. And then, like I said, is something that is in the history in our political, you know, development in this country, especially in the northern part. And like you know, Kano has always been people that are not so much, you know, in the establishment. You know, they don't follow the establishment. You know, I'm talking about. They are not.
Don't follow the crowd.
Yes, the crowd. You know, yeah, they always want to have it their own way, and it has always worked for them. If you remember, Malabino kind of blessed memory, he won not only in Kano but also in Kaduna, PRP at that point in time. You know, in those days. So you could see how Konkoso also tried to also have the same influence in Jigawa State, but because of the powers that are there, you know, it couldn't achieve that, you know, beyond Kano. But again, one thing that has happened in Kano is that, like our candidate, that is Malam Ibrahim Sharada, you know, has come out to congratulate Kabir Yusuf. Abba, yes. You know, so, and I think that is instructive because Shaban really made inroads into the politics of Kano. And I expect other candidates also to follow suit, because even from the entertainment, you know, industry, you could see how people are coming out, you know, congratulating and supporting Abba. So it's something that will settle some of the unsettled issues, in Kano, because if you know the history, what happened since the present administration, came to power, in the traditional institutions, and the social institution, and the political institution, they have been having some, what you can call a kind of conflicts, that normally, and that's why I say democracy is one thing that you cannot find another system of government that will suit our peculiarities in this country. So I believe what has happened in Kano in terms of these landslide victory that NNPP under Konkoso is able to achieve will resettle, or will how do you say it? You try to reset button. It will bring Kano back into its former, its normal, shape in terms of politics. They are focused the way they want to be different, in terms of the radical approach to things. And Kano, like it's a commercial center. It's a huge economic entity.
Yeah, I was going to put that to Chief Agbakai, but I'll allow you to land.
And I believe that having a young man like Abba, who is loved, if you remember what happened in the last election, that is the 2019 election, he won, but there was inconclusive,
in part of the state.
Yes, and then, what happened. So I'm sure a kind of people were waiting for him to come back, and then to now. So I think he can transform, Kano economy, because Kano economy is still yet to be really transformed, given the fundamentals. Yes, the fundamentals are there, in terms of the commercial, nature of the city, and the fact that you have people there who are highly aggressive, concerned in terms of achievement, in terms of commerce. So that, if you look at the GDP of Kano and then the ratio of internally generated revenue and the contribution, is something that I believe can be changed, in terms of really exploring the fundamentals, that is, the economic potentials of Kano. So this is why I believe it's going to be a very good outing for NNPP in Kano, and Kano people are really going to experience, a progressive kind of government. So I congratulate him, for winning, and it's expected really, and that's one of the fallouts of this journey that I'm saying, that you find that the character of our politics from the 60s, it's been maintained, in spite of some of the what you can call challenges. And look at the Southwest, for instance, what is happening there, and the Peter Obi phenomenon too, if you look at that one also. And then we are still in our mold of a special political development as a nation, because, like I said before, Nigeria is a country that is very, very different from other countries, and what we have achieved, even with all these differences, with all these challenges, is something that is commendable. But we are not there yet, because rigging is still, as very prevalent as it used to be. Beavers have been introduced, yes. The technological advancement, innovation that INEC has, which we must commend INEC, also for. But the unfortunate thing is that with the amount of money spent, on the preparation and technological advancement, brought into play, and the legal framework, that is the Electoral Act 2022, that was supposed to revolutionize, the space, political space and the process, and now making vote to count. Unfortunately, when it matters, it didn't happen. So that's why some people were disappointed, because everybody believed that it's going to be a different, ball game. I mean, we are going to have a kind of uhuru, as far as our political development in this country is concerned, with all those things, Electoral Act, the technological advancement, the preparedness, the kind of commitment that INEC, has shown by Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. At every given opportunity, he will tell the Nigerians that this is going to be the best, And of course, even if you are Mahmoud, you will also say the same thing, because everything that was required was given to them. It's money was given to them. Yeah, the legal framework was given to them. The administrative framework also was given to them. All the support required was there. But the anticlimax that we had in the presidential election is, something that I believe, because, like I said, democracy is something that is very, very elastic. It can absorb some of these shocks. And that is why, in spite of the fact that it introduces some apathy, because of disappointment, you can see we are gradually, coming up, because other in some states, like my state, Niger State, the other contestant has also congratulated the governor. That is Mohamed Bago. And Kantigi has congratulated, Bago for winning. You also have the same thing in Oyo State, where I understand Folarin has
congratulated
Makinde. Sheyi Makinde. So I'm sure, it's
by the way, have you also congratulated the president-elect?
No, I did what I was supposed to do, which was, if you remember, at the collection center, we came out on the side of democracy. And I think what we wanted was to see that the process, goes on, so that we'll be able to achieve some of the things I've achieved today. If it was something that was a hung election or a kind of inconclusive election, perhaps we may not have the opportunity of even talking about the state and governorship elections that we are discussing today.
Right.
Because we would have still be thinking, okay, how do we resolve this, stalemate that we have, that was going to be. So I think it's not about, congratulating Tinubu, really. That is the case. The issue is, how much have we been able to invest in democracy? How much have we been able to advance the cause of democracy? How much have we been able to show that this country is an important, entity, like I said, in the Committee of Nations when it comes to democracy, especially not only on the continent of Africa, like I said. So the president-elect, like he has said, which he must do, he must have an inclusive, government. Inclusive government, because even in a normal situation, normal elections where you can say somebody has won, without some of these developments, you still need to have an inclusive government, because we can see what happened during Obasanjo's administration, where you had, what we call inclusive government, because I know I was in APP that time. Some ministers, were selected from APP, and that sort of stabilized the polity at that point in time. So we are at that kind of stage now, and we could see what happened, in the present administration. When Buhari promised, they did not fulfill his promise, that he was going to reach out, he's going to bring people from other parties, to be part of his government, so that it will be a Nigerian thing. It will not be only APC affair. Because that did not happen, perhaps that's why we're having some of the challenges we're having. The political, economic challenges we're having, the security challenges we're having. Perhaps if everybody has been carried along, it will be now everybody will have a stake, and we will also, the ideas, Nigerians, we are blessed in terms of intelligence, in terms of dynamism, in terms of go-getter, spirit that God has given to us. That was absent in this present government. This government was only about APC and APC. And perhaps that's why we are not able to benefit from the other brains, other intelligence, other contributions that would have come and then make the government to be much, much more progressive, much, much more impactful, than it is today.
Right, thank you very much.
So this is why my congratulatory message to Tinubu is that he should do what he says he's going to do.
All right, he has promised to not only go by governments of national unity, but national competence, and we hope to see how that pan out. Now, we introduced earlier Professor Professor Kabiru Mato from Kaduna State, a political scientist, I understand is ready to join in now. Okay, thanks a lot for joining us, Professor Mato. Professor Mato.
Good evening.
All right, good evening, Prof.
Mato.
Thank you very much. Now, seeing the declaration of the results from your state, Kaduna State, and APC has just been returned as the winner of the governorship election in your state. Tell us about your own reaction to this process leading to the declaration of the winner.
Very much, like I said, good evening, Nigeria. The elections in Kaduna, in my humble opinion, is actually one of the toughest, governorship elections that were conducted, on Saturday. Maybe between Kaduna and Kano, there should be some discussion on which one is actually tougher than the other. This is an election where it has a second, maximum voter turnout after Kano, because Kano recorded almost 2 million votes in the governorship election. The second is Kaduna State with about 1.5 million votes. Then, of course, Katsina and then Lagos, and the rest of them. Now, the margin of victory is what makes it, very peculiar this time around. It's a margin that is so short, not up to 20,000 votes. In an election that actually carried 1.5 million votes. I think it speaks volume about the credibility, about the quality of the electoral process, and also how much the political parties, have done so well. However, despite, I will say without any fear of contradiction, that in the 36 states that we have in this country, there is no one that has enjoyed, the massive infrastructure in, human capital development and so on and so forth in the last 8 years, like the government in Kaduna State. But you can see the huge agitation on the part of the opposition and almost half of the voting population to take away power from the ruling APC. This beats the imagination of several people. If actually politics is about, the provision of the basic, necessities of human existence that we define here as dividends of democracy, then I think Kaduna State in the last 8 years has been the most fortunate, among the 36 Nigerian states. But yet, look at how keenly contested the election was, producing a winner with less than 20,000 votes. I think this is a fundamental lesson, like I said, for people to really agree to the content and context of the quality of this election. Undoubtedly, it was free, it was fair, it is credible. And, it leaves a lot of messages to those who are in government and a lot of messages to those who fought, are unable to unsettle, the government in power. So, to me, the process in Kaduna, despite the fact that, whatever anybody will say about it, you'll find that the two candidates actually enjoyed their support from the two major components that make up Kaduna State, between the north and the southern part of the state. Yes, there is a preponderance of votes of one candidate in one region, much more than the preponderance of votes of the other candidate in the other region. Now, this is usual, but you will find generally in the election that the presence of every particular local government area in the state is felt in the scores of each of the two, leading contestants. The winner, distinguished Senator Obasani, and his contender, Isa Muhammadu Ashur. So it's quite a good election, and I hope you will not, don't have the capacity to stop, politicians from taking some lines of action that some of us who are outside, the centerpiece of politics always see as, ill-advised. Going to court when your chances of really proving a case outside of, the due process that has been adopted is rather very slim. I see it as, again, deployment of resources that we have in large quantities, that we want to dispense of. And again, this speaks volume about, the nature of cutthroat competition in Nigerian elections. The system is faulty in the sense that it is a system that encourages the syndrome of winner takes all. So once you are out there with the vision to win, and you're not even thinking of losing. So you deploy all methodologies, all, privileges that you have at your disposal in order to be able to achieve the result. This is really, really very dangerous. We need to rethinker with our political structure and political system to include a wide range of, the political class. Look at what South Africa is doing. Look at what some other, countries are doing. The presidential system encourages, this strict lines kind of thinking that it's either you or it is not you. We don't even have that under the parliamentary system. It's much more stable. So this apparent lack of widespread representation and accommodation of the various segments of the Nigerian society, the women folk, people with special abilities and so on and so forth, need to have space within the governance framework of this country. And it's impossible for them to achieve that, given the nature of the electoral system that we have in place in this country. So we need to tinker, like I said. President Yar'Adua came up with the Justice Owais panel. The Justice Owais panel, went in and did very well in order to reduce this tension that characterizes our democracy, and especially during elections. Unfortunately, President Yar'Adua was not able to even, articulate these positions as far as proportional representation and so on are concerned, to send to the National Assembly. Those things that sent to the National Assembly were issues mainly revolving around correcting, the errors that we have in our electoral system. Remember, 2007 was one of the worst elections that we had in this country, and President Yar'Adua took up to the challenge that he was going to, correct the system in order, to ensure that it enjoys the necessary legitimacies and people will have confidence in it. We are getting there. We are there to the extent that, in fact, the electoral umpire has gone farther away from the political elites. They are correcting the electoral system. We're getting it better. This election is a very, very good example of this milestone achievement that has been recorded. But it is disheartening to continue to see the attitude of the political class unwilling to subordinate themselves to the wishes and aspirations of the electorate. If we don't do that, then the whole question of democracy and election becomes, a mere storytelling. And so we really have to attune our minds to these basic facts in order to be able to. Let me comment a little about, the statement that my colleagues in the studios.
All right, Professor Mato, I will return to you in just a moment. Please have your thoughts on hold for now. Let's quickly get to Rivers State for an update.
It's a big show. I already know that I have to work very hard to make sure I surpass that level. So, if you understand what it means to bring development, to improve life, so it's not an easy thing. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Okay, Your Excellency, congratulations.
Is your question different?
With your life, sir, you're just confirming. How do you feel about this massive?
Like I told you, I am not over-excited. I'm just humbled by this privilege that God has just bestowed on me.
So what are your vision, what are your visions for the people of Rivers State to ensure that the strategic infrastructural development on ground continues?
I can't list everything to you here. I just said a few things that we're going to work on what is existing, put more or add more to what is really on ground, on all aspects. Thank you.
All All right, we just saw the winner of the governorship election in Rivers State. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, candidate Simina Laye Fubara was just been declared by INEC. And all right, we're back from that. You just heard from the winner of that election. We'll come back to Rivers State now. Let's quickly have Professor Kabiru Mato. Professor Mato, thanks a lot for being with us. From what you just said earlier, you gave a pass mark to the ruling party in Kaduna State for the developmental project the state government has been doing, and despite that, the results from the states shows that your state was one of the states where we had a very tight contest. Going by the results we just saw from INEC, barely 10,000 difference from the winner, between the winner and the runner up. That's the PDP candidates. Now, I need you to talk like a political scientist and not like someone who has worked for the state governor. What else, despite the projects and all of the achievements you credited to the state government, what do you think gave rise to this tight contest? Ordinarily, people will expect an easy ride for your candidates.
You are right, but you see, this is the tragedy of Western liberal democracy. The people have the right to, reject the best and elect the worst. And it is their inalienable right to do that if they so desire. And that is why Western liberal democracy talks about periodic elections. So that when you make mistake this time around and then you try to correct it next time around. There is this, problem that I think a lot of people. When you wake up every morning and you see what you desire, what you do, you will not give it the necessary value that perhaps it requires. If to those of us that are over 60 years, we've been in Kaduna for more than 5 decades. We have seen the nature of development. I grew up at a time when northern Nigeria was, dissolved into about 6 states. That was when. So I saw the extent of development in the headquarters of northern region from early 1970s until 2017, 2018, 2019, before Kaduna was completely transformed, and our 2 other major urban centers of Zaria and Kafancha. And I hope you know that Kaduna is the only state in this country that has 2 cities among the 10 largest cities in this country. We have Kaduna and we have Zaria. So the level of dilapidation in infrastructure in these 2 major cities was so alarming that if you see what has been done in the last few years, you go there and you'll be surprised. But then, that's part of it. It's not necessary, it's not necessarily a factor that will determine the direction of people's votes during an election. And that was what, has clearly shown up. If you do worst, if you do badly to your people when it is time for election, the tendency is that they're going to vote you out. But it's not only a guarantee that when you perform so creditably very well, that you will survive that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is one of the attributes of Western liberal democracy. We have the right to our choices. But of course, the government will also have to, take a very closer look at itself to be able to identify what were the issues actually that affected such a large dissentment from the part of the population, despite the huge infrastructure and human capital development that the government has had in the last 8 years. So you need to commission that study to be able to identify what the problems are in order to forge a way for a smoother government between May 29th, 2023 and until the next election in the next 4 years. So I am thinking that it's about the privilege that people got, and one thing that you cannot take away from, the profile of Nasiru El-Rufai, who's the governor of Kaduna State today, is that he is not even used to, he doesn't even know how elections are rigged, even when, he served in the government between 2003 and 2007, and he was a minister of Federal Capital Territory. That was the first time the opposition parties took over the senateship and the Abuja Municipal Area Council membership of the House of Representatives. It was only after the courts had annulled the elections on the ground that some of the political parties or candidates that contested in that election were not reflected on the ballot paper. And the Electoral Act was very, very clear about that. The elections were annulled. And Aliyu Modibo was the minister when by-elections were conducted and PDP returned to power in Abuja. So National Unity first established this, culture of. I mean, I have been part of the administration and I have seen the way. It is the only state in this country where you do local government elections and you see the opposition party taking a large chunk of that. In 2018, about 10 local government areas, were actually under the. Of the opposition party, and there's nothing anybody can do to tell Nasir El-Rufai to try to allow for something abnormal to happen. He will naturally not agree. He will not understand. So even at this, it's very clear that substantial quantum of neutrality was deployed by the governor and the government of Kaduna State, and that is perhaps one of the reasons why. I mean, the governor-elect of Kano State was laying the allegation, for instance, that the ruling party used a lot of money to buy votes. Now, as unexpected, like I did say, as that allegation in itself was, I think it's important to understand that in some other political climes, elections were conducted freely, fairly, creatively, and with high degree of respectability, to the extent that the outcome of it, and you can see that even the results that came from the different local government areas of the state, it's only in Chukun, in Zaria, in Igabi, and the rest of them that you see very large chunk. And these are areas where the largest number of voters actually live in. That Kaduna is the third largest voter in Nigeria. Kaduna is the third most populous state in Nigeria. And and of course, the level of political consciousness, like I did say, as the headquarters of Northern Region, a lot of people, it's a conglomeration of, different Nigerians, and especially Nigerians of Northern extraction that have been in Kaduna since the 1940s, the 1950s, the 1960s, and the 1970s. And some of them continue to remain here despite the mutilation of the Nigerian state structure, beginning from 1967. So I think, honestly speaking, this is a lesson for other states and those who are in power or those who are in office that actually were not part of this election, or those who are victors of this election, and those who are not even victors in this election, to realize the fact that in democracy, in an election, it does not sometimes necessarily depend entirely on how much you are able to perform or what you are able to provide as a dividends of democracy. There is this very special aspect of, what the former governor of Ekiti State, Ayefashe, refers to as stomach infrastructure. It's a major, fundamental issue within the Nigerian politics. People believe that, just give us our own, and then when we vote for you, you go. We are not likely going to see you until the next 3 or 4 years when it is time for, election today. Election to come. So these are some of the issues, that actually, in my humble opinion, define the manner in which the elections were conducted in Kaduna State. But the takeaway, like I did say, is that Kaduna recorded the second largest voter turnout after Kano. Kano had about 2 million voters. Kaduna had about 1.5 million voters, and of course, Katsina, Lagos, and the rest of other places. So I think at the end of this election season, there will be a lot of, data that would have been accumulated to be able to guide the electoral processes of the country in the future, and for other countries in the region of Africa and even outside of Africa to begin to copy, to begin to emulate those strategies, methods, and methodologies that have been deployed by our own electoral umpire in order to improve on the system. But I call on the elites again to continue to check their minds, and ensure that what they do is in the best interest of the nation, and of the people, and of their communities, not necessarily what suits them or what they think will benefit them the more. If we do that, I assure you that not sooner than later, we should be able to rate ourselves as one of the very viable democratic nations on the surface of earth. sooner than later, we should be able to rate ourselves.
Our perspective so far, Professor Kabiru Mato, once a teacher, always a teacher, and I appreciate you for that. It's interesting actually to hear from you that Kaduna State Governor does not know how to rig elections, and we hope it sticks to that. Now let's quickly go through the results that we have so far declared by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and first on my list is here Akwa Ibom State with PDP winning that state with 354,348 votes by Umo Eno, who is from the ruling party in the state, followed by the YPP candidate John James Akpan Udwedehe of YPP, 136,262 votes, and APC is in third position with 126,602 votes for Akan Udofia of the APC. And Benue State here, APC has just won the state, being under the administration of PDP, and APC has just led with 473,933 votes for Hyacinth Halia, Reverend for that matter, and followed by the PDP candidate Titus Uba with 223 votes, 913 votes. 223,913 votes for the PDP, and Labour Party is in third position with 41,881 votes for Herman Hembe of the party. We'll go to Bauchi State where we have PDP, the ruling party, maintaining its ground with 525,280 votes for the incumbent Governor Bala Mohammed, who has been returned elected by INEC, and followed by Sadiq Abubakar of the APC, who got 432 votes, 432,272 votes for the former Chief of Air Staff Sadiq Abubakar, and NNPP is in third position where Haliru Dauda Jika got 60,496 votes. We have results also from Cross River State as declared by INEC. APC as well. Of course, the state is under the administration of the APC under Professor Ben Ayade, and APC, and that got 258,619 votes to win by Senator Bassi Otu, and PDP is in second position with Sunday Ojang Ono getting 179 votes, 636 votes, and Labour Party got 5,957 votes. Also from River State, where PDP has been declared, PDP candidate declared winner of the election in the state, getting 360,234 votes, followed by the APC candidate Ovie Margege, the Deputy Senate President of the APC, with 240,229 votes. Labour Party is in third position. Kennedy Pella got 48,047 votes. In Ebonyi State, APC of David Umahi, under David Umahi, who is of the APC, got the winning result from that state, 199,131 votes for Francis Nwifuru of the APC. And in second position is the PDP candidate Chukuma Odili, 80,197 votes is what the PDP candidate got. Abga got 52,189 votes for Bernard Odo. And in Gombe State, APC, Mohammed Inua Yahya, the incumbent governor, got the winning result from that with 342,821 votes to emerge winner of election, and followed by PDP, who got PDP candidate Mohammed Jibril Bade, who got 233,131 votes. NNPP candidate Ahmed Hamisu got 19,861 votes. We'll go to Jigawa, where APC also won with 618,449 votes for Omar Namadi to lead of the candidates, and is followed by the PDP candidates Mustafa Sule Lamido of the PDP, 368,726 votes, and then NNPP is in third position. Haminu Ibrahim Ringim got 37,156 votes. And Kaduna, that we just talked about, APC emerged winner in the state with 730,002 votes for Ubasani, Senator Ubasani, that is. And PDP is in second position, closely following APC with just about 10,000 votes difference in between the APC and PDP. PDP got 719,196 votes, and LP, the Labour Party, Jonathan Aseke, got 58,283 votes. And Kano State, where we earlier talked about NNPP winning the state with 1,019,602 votes for Abba Kabir Yusuf, who has just given his acceptance speech as the winner of the election in the state. Is closely followed by Nasir Yusuf Gauna, who is the incumbent deputy governor of the state under APC. He got 890,705 votes. And in Katsina State, APC is returned winner with Diko Umar Radda of APC, getting 859,892 votes to lead other candidates. And in second position is PDP Garba Yakubu Lado, who got 486,620 votes to come second. In Kwara State, one of the early results, but we got Governor Abdurrahman Abdrazak of the APC got 273,424 votes to be returned elected, and is going for a second term in office. PDP is in second position, where Shuaib Yaman Abdullahi got 155,490 votes, and SDP is in second position with third position, I beg your pardon, with 18,922 votes for Abdullahi Ibrahim. And we'll go to Lagos State, where we also had a very tight contest, but the results did not show that. Actually, days leading to this election, it was actually expected to be tighter than this, but here is what we got from the results. APC winning with a massive margin. There's 762,134 votes to emerge winner. Babajide Sanwo-Olu is going for the second term in office, and is followed by Labour Party candidate Gbadebo Vivo of Labour Party with 312,329 votes. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran, popularly called Jendo, of PDP, got 62,405 49 votes. Go to Nasarawa State, APC Governor Abdullahi Sule got 347,209 votes to emerge winner of the governorship election in that state, and is followed by the PDP candidate David Ombugadu, who got 283,016 votes. NNPP candidate Joseph Uga got 11,726 votes. And we go to Borno State, where the incumbent governor, Professor Babagana Umar Zulum, also won for the second term in office, and he got 545,542 votes to emerge winner. PDP in second position, Muhammad Ali Jajari got 82,147 votes. Labour Party in third position. Ogun State APC has also won with 276,298 votes, returning Dapo Abiodun for the second term. And PDP is in second position. Ladia Debutu got 262,383 votes to come second. And in Oyo State, Governor Seyi Makinde of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, led and won with 563,756 votes to win. And in second position is the APC candidate Taslima Folari, who got 256,685 votes. And in Niger State, APC has also won with 469 votes. 469,896 votes for Muhammad Omar Bago, who is a member of the House presently. And PDP is in second position, where Issa Liman Kantigi got 387,496 votes. We quickly go to Yobe State. The former acting chairman, national acting chairman of APC, who is the incumbent governor of the state, Mai Malabuni, won for a second term in office with 317,113 votes. And PDP is in second position, where Sharif Abdullahi got 104,259 votes, and NNPP is in third position. In Sokoto, we've just seen a flip here. PDP is presently ruling the state under Governor Tambuwa, but APC has been declared a winner of the state with 453,661 votes. Ahmed Ali Sokoto won that, and PDP is in second position. And okay, River State is what we just got. Gentlemen, Malam Yawagi saying we've seen results from about 21 states out of the 28 where we had elections. We had surprises, we had some confirming expectations, and particularly Lagos, where people actually thought it was going to be a very, very hard contest. And we saw this massive margin between the winner, who is the incumbent governor, and he's been declared winner.
Yeah, well, it's a very good development. But one thing that I'm sure you'll agree with me is that the issue of incumbency factor, it's really overwhelmingly in most of the states where you have governors still retaining their seat, or their pick, the person they want to succeed them, winning. So, so the issue of incumbency is a major factor in our politics in Nigeria. The Lagos, you of course, you could see that that too, incumbency factor, came into play, and that's why I'm sure the governor was able to use the paraphernalia of the power available to him to ensure that mobilize his people. And but unfortunately, what happened there is this issue of voter suppression, which was an unfortunate development there, because a cosmopolitan city like Lagos shouldn't allow that kind of thing to have a center stage, in terms of how people were. The issue of ethnicity, was weaponized, and that is not something that we want to see, continuing in our polity. Kaduna, I think what Professor Mato did not mention is the issue of ethno, religious strife. You have insecurity and the lopsidedness of the attacks in Kaduna. I think it's one thing that, although in fairness to Malam El-Rufai, I think he tried. He came out to say that he was not in any way, promoting that kind of, the insecurity attacks, on the one side of the state.
Of the region.
Yeah, it will appear as if a section of the state was the target, and of course they believe that not enough was done to protect them. And yeah, some of the policies of RFI too, which of course, like Professor Mato said, is a very good development in terms of infrastructure development and the economy of the state itself. But the effect of some of the policies on the common people, is something that did not sit down well with the people, and that's one thing that I think also affects the turnout, and then the division, the close margin in terms of the victory, the votes that less than 20%, less than 20% means that democracy is in progress, and that yes, we are making progress, but the issue of still power of incumbency is something that is at play also there.
All right, still talking of power of incumbency that Malam Yabagi Sani just talked about. Let's see, these out of the 28 governors that Nigerians are electing, 11 of them are actually seeking for a second term. And here we have it, 11 of them. From Adamawa State, so we're still having a situation there. INEC declared that as inconclusive, and respecting that that will be resolved. And the day for the concluding part of election will be announced. And Bauchi State, Governor Bala Mohammed has won, and Umara Zulum of Borno State won. Governor Inua Yahya of Gombe won, and Governor Abdullahi Abrazak won for Kwara State, and Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has been returned elected too. Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa has won, and Prince Dakwa Abiodun of Ogun State also won. Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State under PDP also won. Mai Malabuni of Yobe State won, while we're still expecting results from the collation center in Zamfara State for the concluding part of the collation exercise in Zamfara State. Now, Chief Agwakai, we've been talking of power of incumbency. Out of 11 governors who are seeking second term in office, 9 of them have won already, just expecting result from Adamawa and Zamfara State. Would you, on the basis of this, say we still have this phenomenon of power of incumbency?
Well, I wouldn't say we still have the power of incumbency syndrome in our politics that much. If you take a critical look at the Lagos State governorship results, you will find out that Sanwo-Olu did very well, probably because of the infrastructural development that he has engaged in Lagos State. And mind you, like I said earlier on, the dynamics between the presidential election is absolutely different from that of the governorship election. Yeah, in the governorship election, you find out that electors, they focus attention more on local concerns. They focus attention on the personality. If you look at the personality of Sanwo-Olu and juxtapose it with the personality of the Labour Party candidate, there is a remarkable difference. I believe Lagosians preferred Sanwo-Olu based on his experience. The Labour Party candidate does not have any experience. He has not been in government. He has not been in politics. So those are the differences. And also, you also have to consider the fact that Lagos State traditionally has been an opposition state, right from AD to all the way to APC. They've never gone to the other party like PDP. You understand what I'm saying?
Very well.
And you know that in Lagos State, the president-elect traditionally laid the foundation of the politics and the economic structure of Lagos State. And all along, the successive governors in Lagos State have been following that trajectory. So that is what you see happening in Lagos State. The presidential election is totally different from the governorship election. And in that respect, Sanwo-Olu won handily. Now, if you go to Rivers State, you find out that Rivers State has been a very controversial state all through this election period. In fact, in Rivers State, I don't know if it's the place you had the most violence. I understand that based on news report, whether about 5, 6, or 7 people were killed during this governorship election in Rivers State. That is very, very sad. But however, I believe the people have spoken and the election has been won by PDP. You know, I was particularly concerned by a statement that was made by the former Minister of Transportation, where he kind of ridiculed the INEC chairman, that he was appointed by, the Tinubu's camp, during his appointment, that it was the Tinubu's camp that initiated his appointment. I believe that was a very unfortunate statement that the former minister made. And I think he should apologize for that statement. Why? Because he was part of that cabinet. He was part of that, President Muhammad Buhari's cabinet.
And not only that, he also contested the primaries.
Exactly. So why would you now, when you've lost the primaries and you didn't participate actively in the, presidential election in support of the president-elect, and now you are coming out to, abuse the system, and at the same time, saying that the appointment of this INEC chairman, that you didn't approve of it. That's a very unhealthy statement, in a democratic setup.
Prof, thank you very much.
There's another dimension to it.
Yes.
I mean, is he saying that Mahmoud, who conducted the 2019 election, President Buhari, won because Buhari appointed Mahmoud?
that is the point.
And he was in that cabinet, like you said.
He was in that cabinet.
He was there. It's not here nor there.
Yes, because, that was a very, very a statement that is unbecoming of somebody of his stature in Nigerian politics.
Okay, unexpected of a statement you want to say. Okay, let's quickly go to Professor Kabiru Matu in Kaduna State to have your perspective on this power of incumbency. Do you still believe or disagree that we still have a power of incumbency in Nigerian democracy?
Very much. To some extent, yes, it does exist. But in another respect, I think, it hardly exists. This basically means that all those governors that you have seen winning re-elections must have performed credibly well. That has entrusted, the confidence that their respective constituents, have over them. It's no more about, power of incumbency. We've seen incumbent governors losing senatorial seats. We've seen incumbent governors losing their states, and so on and so forth. So all these things are, in my view, products of certain basic political realities that are seeped out of the policies of these sitting governors who are eventually seeking for re-election and who have successfully, of course, been re-elected by their people. So it's not about incumbency factor. Yeah, it's there. What is the factor there? The advantage there is that when you are there and you perform well, it is likely that you will be reconsidered by the voters in your state. If you did not perform very well, it's not likely, that they are going to do that. And let me tell you, from the 2015 election trajectory to this moment, what has been happening with the Nigerian, electoral landscape has been that there has been this incremental, attainments, that have been made, which invariably, therefore, corresponds with the nature of the democratic system that the nation is supposed to have in place. So I think, in all honesty, the system is, making the substantial progress that is desired in order to move Nigeria to the level that it is supposed to be within the shortest possible time, but not without, certain difficulties that normally will rear their ugly heads within the system as you try to address, the system. And that is why whenever such matters are being discussed, I like to compare them with what we commonly in political science refer to as the national question. People will expect that you will have answers to national questions. And I'm saying that there are no precise answers to national questions, because as you try to address some of the national questions, new ones rear their ugly head. So it's about human management, it's about policy architecture, and the way politics and governance are run within the system that determines in entirety what value the citizens get from their electoral representatives. I am very, very convinced that the 2023 election is a surplus. It's a very, very tremendous increment over and above what we witnessed in 2019. And if you even compare, for instance, the Presidential National Assembly elections with the elections that were conducted on Saturday, you will find that INEC did realize, some of the fundamental hiccups that existed, within that system, and attempted to correct them. There are still, new ones that are rearing their ugly heads, which of course they will be. So as you block some, some unfortunately find opening somewhere to be able to, and that's, the art of human management, which is a task that is placed on the shoulders of leadership to provide. And where, the leadership does adequate provision of this, you see progress monitored in the society, and where there is shortfall in that, that's where you have backwardness in society. So I am of the view that it is not totally about the incumbency factor. The advantage, like I did say, has to do with the fact that you have the opportunity to serve. Having been elected, it's now your responsibility to try to pay back to your electorates the reasons why they elected you, providing them with security, providing them with the basic, education, health, and all sorts of, including, physical infrastructure. But as you know, in Western liberal democracy, what we say is that, the most important thing in any democracy or in the existence of the modern state system itself is that there must be, the sanctity of life. Sanctity of life. The defense of the life of the citizenry is the reason behind the existence of the state, and it is therefore the reason behind politics. Why you are having problems with that, which I believe again is something that is normally experienced, is a vicious cycle in every human society, that you get to a stage where you are in peace, you get to a stage where you are in turmoil, you have a stage where you are probably destroyed, and then you try to drive back, to the state of normalcy and efficiency within the society. So a lot of these governors actually performed very well. Any governor that you see there re-elected, shall now look at the governor of Oyo State. I will agree also that yes, it is a risk that he took and that paid him back at the end of the day. He took the risk, and his party, the PDP, lost everything during the presidential election in Oyo State. 3 senators, most members of the House of Representatives. But out of that, again, he was able to go back and win the confidence of his people. And look at the margin between himself and the candidate of the APC, distinguished senator Teslim Folaring. It's so wide to the extent that you can see that really the people in Oyo State must have seen 1 or 2 things that are so positive in Sheyi Makinde that they gave him the mandate, to rule over them again. So let's stop this unnecessary speculation. Nigerian political class is, replete with this idea of, having to have meaning, and the meaning in all cases, stemming from, the selfish point of views of our individuals on why, certain things will happen. Of course, in as much as incumbency is an advantage, you also know that it is a huge disadvantage, because when you are in power, you take decisions, and when you take decisions, these decisions are interpreted by the political elites in different ways and different manners. And at the end of the day, just like Alhaji, Yabagi was saying, trying to relate to some of the problems in Kaduna State. In Kaduna State, what the governor did was to take decisions that are very, very painful. Why the Nigerian democratic system has failed to perform is the inability of the political leadership to take very painful decisions. By the time you stand to be counted, you said you are contesting an election to become a governor. It means that by the day you are elected, you are bound to take severe decisions that may impact negatively on the lives of the citizen at the initial stage. But it is good for the generality of the public in the medium and long term. And that's the responsibility of leadership. And that is what Nasiru El-Rufai has done in 8 days in Kaduna State that must have angered a lot of other people who, despite, the huge achievements all over the place, were unable to, show something fundamentally. For instance, I read in the social media, somebody in the opposition party was saying, let's stop this impunity. Impunity is taking decisions you build, on the wrong plot of land, and then it is removed. Or you go and cause, you become a public nuisance, and it's removed, and then it's a problem. Where you have primary school teachers who cannot pass examination of primary 4, class in a primary school, and you relieve them of their job and replace them with more qualitative, teachers. It is a radical decision. You saw saying, if your civil service is overbloated, for God's sake, which state, including the federal government? There is no state in this country, apart from Lagos, that is comfortable.
Chair, we'd like you to hold your thought for now. In just a moment, we'll be joining our NTA International studio for some news on the hour. But we like to say a very big thank you to you for joining us on the program Verdict 2023 on NTA. Let me take in just 1 minute or 2 from Chief Agbakari first. We have seen all of these developments in this process so far, from presidential election, National Assembly, and then state governments. We have just like 6 days to go out of the 28 electing governors in this context. What do you see as lessons that we should take forward going to the off-cycle elections coming up very soon in the year?
Well, I think generally, in my own perspective, the presidential election was not a bad election. There was an improvement in the governorship election. Let's just look at it in this way. The presidential election that was held on the 25th of February, right?
Yes.
I think is the most keenly contested election
in
the history of this great country. We've been witnessing elections starting from 1979 to 1983, from 1999 to even 20. This is the first election where unknown parties, unknown individuals won election. We just talked about in
Nasarawa State, Labour Party was able to win in the presidential election. SDP won 2 Senate seats in Nasarawa State. Then you go to Lagos State, you saw a lot of, Labour Party people that won. So this is a testament that this election was very credible, in my view.
Thank you very much.
And the same was applicable to the governorship election.
All right, thank you.
In every election, there is bound to be violence. There is bound to be, in some cases, malpractices. But in all, you have to check at the compliance level.
You give a pass mark.
Of course, it is a pass mark.
Thank you very much, Chief Agbekai. Quickly, Alhaji Yabagi Yusuf Sani, in just 30 seconds, you said earlier that we must continue to make Nigerian democracy work. 30 seconds. What are those things you want to see in this?
Well, I would like to disagree with my colleague.
30 seconds.
Yes, 30 seconds. The presidential election was okay in preparation, but in the delivery, we didn't get what we wanted from the delivery because the RF failed. The viewers were not able to upload those results to the RF, and that was a big minus as far as that election is concerned. That's not to say it's a move, a step forward. Yes, a step forward as far as we are concerned. Number 2, there is what I would like INEC to do.
Okay.
To also see in the off-cycle elections the issue of collation. I know that the system that INEC is using, their servers definitely can do the collection also, so that you reduce the amount of manual intervention in the process. Because that's why we are having the kind of infractions we are having.
Thank you very much.
So I think INEC should try to see how collation also can be done automatically by the servers.
Okay, but some people will actually disagree. They want to see it done manually.
No, you still have the manual process. The manual, like even the one you are using Beavers to upload now, you still have the manual one, the results being taken by the agents. But I'm saying that in addition to having the collation done manually, let the computers also, the servers also do it. So that
Thank you very much, Alhaji Yabagi Yusuf Sani, IPAC National Chairman and ADP presidential candidate. We appreciate you. Chief George Agbekai, Political Affairs Analyst. We appreciate you too. We'll be joining our news studio very soon. But for now, let's quickly take result from Taraba State. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. But I don't.
Welcome to news on NTA International. I'm Nancy Godiangunihu. First, the headlines. President Buhari commends his administration for keeping promise on free and fair elections. International and local election observers expressed divergent views on 2023 polls. Ahead of the 2023 World Tuberculosis Day, key players renew commitment to end contagious diseases. We start from the environment arena. There are multiple feasible and effective options to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to human-caused climate change, and they are available now, says scientists in the latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC report released Monday. This synthesis report underscores the urgency of taking more ambitious action and shows that if the world acts now, humanity can still secure a livable and sustainable future for all. Onengie Fineface reports.
More than a century of burning fossil fuels, as well as unequal and unsustainable energy and land use, has led to global warming of 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. This has resulted in more frequent and more intense extreme weather events that have caused increasingly dangerous impacts on nature and people in every region of the world. The latest United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC report indicates that adverse impacts from human-caused change will intensify while extreme weather events become more widespread and more devastating.
Delivering on the financial commitments made in Copenhagen, Paris and Glasgow, replenishing the Green Climate Fund this year, and developing a roadmap to double adaptation finance before 2025. Protecting everyone with early warning systems against natural disasters in 4 years. Implementing the new loss and damage fund this year. The longer we wait on any of these crucial issues, the harder it will become.
The report, however, presents hope that effective climate action now will reduce losses and damage for nature and people. Actions needed include increased financing for climate action, climate-resilient development, political will to cut emissions, and international cooperation to share knowledge, burden, and benefits of climate action. This report warns that every increment of warming will result in rapidly escalating hazards. This means more intense heat waves, heavier rainfall, and other weather extremes, increasing risks for human health and ecosystems. Onengie Fineface, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Nigeria's National Council on Climate Change is empowered with a work plan to provide and implement a climate action plan for the country. Doing this, experts recommend should include concrete measures in tune with the nationally determined contributions. Onengie Fineface once more reports.
Nigeria, at the brink of multiple climate crises, submitted a reviewed nationally determined contributions NDCs, prioritizing action in agriculture, forestry and land use, industry and housing, oil and gas, power, transport, waste and water. The country further presented its energy transition plan, passed the Climate Change Act into law in 2021 to galvanize effective action towards meeting its commitment made at COP26 in Glasgow to achieve net zero target by 2060. To achieve Nigeria's net zero target, experts want the country to adopt critical measures including on and off-grid generation of renewable electricity, as well as elimination of diesel and gasoline generators by 2030.
The President recently signed an amendment to the Constitution introducing item 14, which allows domestic generation of energy and distribution within that community rather than having to send it to the grid. What this does then is opens up investment for domestic off-grid, particularly off-grid solutions that are tied to renewables.
Other measures considered crucial to the nation's net zero emission targets include planting of 300 million trees by 2030, ending gas flaring by 2030, reducing use of fuel wood, and introducing clean cooking to 30 million households.
Emissions from deforestation is the second highest in Nigeria, just below that coming from energy sources. So stopping deforestation and planting trees will be one of the major things that we can do to enhance food security, sequester carbon from the atmosphere, and reduce our climate change emission.
These measures, they say, will promote economic diversification, enhance security, social safeguards, and gender equality. In Abuja, Onengiye Fineface, NTA News.
And the clerk of the National Assembly, Magaji Tambuwal, says the establishment of Youth Climate Change Hub by the federal government is to foster youth involvement in decision-making as Nigeria targets zero gas emissions at an event to mark this year's Commonwealth Day. Mr. Tambuwal, represented by the Deputy Clerk Kamoru Ogulano, said climate issues portend danger to global environment if not properly managed. He said since the future belongs to the youth, it is now time to stimulate their thoughts towards finding sustainable solutions.
Whether on climate change and biodiversity loss, youth opportunity and education, global health, or economic compression, the Commonwealth can still play indispensable role in the most pressing issue of our time.
Students from secondary schools within the Federal Capital Territory made presentations on the theme, Forging Our Sustainable and Peaceful Common Future. Commonwealth has membership from 56 countries with a youth population of 1.5 billion. Away from environment reports, President Muhammadu Buhari is back in Abuja after a 4-day official visit to Katsina State. The president was received on arrival at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport by his Chief of Staff, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, and the Minister of the FCT, Mohammed Musa Bello. Others at the airport were the Inspector General of Police, Usman Al-Kali Baba, Director General, Department of State Services, Yusuf Magaji Bichi, and other senior government officials. While in Daura, Katsina State, President Buhari participated in the just concluded governorship and state houses of assembly elections by voting for candidates of his choice. The president described as fulfilling the fact that his administration substantially delivered on its promise on enhancing the nation's democratic enterprise by ensuring free, fair, and transparent elections. Now, European Union Election Observation Mission has identified timely delivery of election materials, improved use of technology, and uploading of election results in real time as major improvement observed in the governorship and state assembly elections. Chief Observer of the mission, Barry Andrews, pointed out these developments are the mission's second preliminary statement on the 2023 general elections. Joseph Otsen reports.
Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the mission we saw that Nigerians have a great appetite for democracy.
This submission by the European Union Election Observation Mission is coming out from the 63 observers the Union says it deployed to 183 polling units in 20 states. Its reports indicates corrective measures were taken to improve on some lapses in the February 25th polls.
The use of election technology was more efficient this time around. By midday yesterday, gubernatorial race results forms available online range from 62 to 97%, depending on the state. A notable change if compared to the 25th of February election, when more than a quarter of presidential result forms were still missing at the declaration of the results on the 1st of March.
But incidents of thuggery and intimidation of voters, polling officials, observers and journalists in some states were called out by the mission as major setbacks.
Lagos and Kano, as well as other states across the southern and central areas, were most affected. Unfortunately, there were also many casualties and indeed fatalities. This is worrying, as the killing of even one citizen during the conduct of an election is one too many.
Underrepresentation of women in political circle, with just 10% out of the 11,000 candidates that contested in the general elections to the EU, is falling short of inclusivity. Above all, the mission believes Nigeria has taken major positive steps towards transparency based on the March 18 polls. In Abuja, Joseph Utsen, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We'll take a break.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
Mommy, it is time for us to leave this place.
One of your earrings is missing.
No one will find it.
I'm not willing to take that chance.
I have a big plan, Mommy.
What do you want?
I want a senior position at Dubai.
If anything happens to me, go through the content of this envelope and check every single thing.
It's done. No one will ever find out the truth.
The President of the Senate, Ahmad Ibrahim Lawan, says the re-election of Governor Mai Mala Buni for a second term shows that people of Yobe State are satisfied with the performance of his administration in repositioning the state in the last 4 years. The nation's chief lawmaker stated this when he paid a felicitation visit to the governor-elects at the Government House, Damaturu. Yunusa Suleiman reports.
The President of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, in company of APC stakeholders from Yobe North Senatorial District, stormed the Government House Damaturu to congratulate the governor-elect over his re-election for the second term of 4 years. The chief lawmaker says Buni's re-election is an approval by people of the state on the performance of the state government, as well as a green light for continuity and consolidation of development strides in the state for the next 4 years.
Our people have utmost confidence in our administration in Yobe State, and we owe them the responsibility and obligations to ensure that we continue with what we have been doing and even do more.
The governor-elect Mai Mala Buni, who appreciated the President of the Senate for his support before, during and after the election, also notes that Yobe State has been benefiting from the developmental projects brought to the state by the President of the 9th Senate. Commenting on other national issues, the President of the Senate expressed optimism that the incoming government, to be led by President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will build on successes of President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration.
We will continue to be the keepers of our promise. We will continue to sanction wherever we feel we are not adequate, but we will continue on the path of glory.
He assures that the 10th National Assembly will work closely with the government of the day to improve on security and infrastructure development across the country. In Damaturu, Yunusa Suleiman, NTA News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared the candidate of All Progressives Congress, Uba Sani, as the winner of the governorship election. The governor-elect, in his acceptance speech, promised to fulfill his campaign promise.
It is in the nature of democratic contestation that they are concluded with the declaration of one candidate as the winner. But we are all winners. When the people freely declare their preferences at the ballot, I note the energetic campaigns of fellow contestants and call on them to continue to make their contribution to Kaduna State.
Also, INEC has declared the Delta State governorship election results. Here is a detail as announced by the returning officer.
Omo Agege Ovie Augustine, APC 240229. Ugoru Great Oveje Abga 11021. Eze Henry Ekene APM 937. Cosmas Annabelle APP 198. Umujane Sylvester BP 162. Bella Kennedy Labour Party 48047. Agbe Good News Goodman NNPP 791. America Emmanuel NRM 612. Obo Revori Sheriff Francis Orewedo PDP 360234. Edijala Emmanuel PRP 521. Obagi Kenneth Omemewa SDP 4639. Ofeye Sonny YPP 484. Oko Emmanuel ZLP 303. Das Obo Rewori Sheriff Francis Orewedo of the PDP, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Signed 18th March 2023. Thank you. Party area, please, can you come and sign the results? Thank you.
Also, Prince Basio, II of the All Progressives Congress APC, has been declared winner and governor-elect for Cross River State with 258,619 votes to beat his closest rival and People's Democratic Party PDP counterpart, Senator Sandy Ono, who polled 179,636 votes to take the second position. Returning officer and Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Otueke, Bayelsa State, Professor Charles Teddy Adias, made the declaration after receiving the compilation of reports from collation officers in all the 18 local government areas of Cross River State. Paul Abel completes the story.
Edit, male of the APC polled 258,619. Obo Oga, male of Labour Party LP, polled 5,957, 5,957. On Sunday Ujang, male of the PDP, polled 1,79636, 179,636. And therefore, that O2 Basi Edet of the APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared a winner and is returned elected.
Muhammad Umaru Bago of APC has been declared winner of Niger State's 2023 governorship election, having secured 469,896 votes to beat his closest rival of PDP, Issa Liman Kantigi, who polled 387,476. The report.
We thank God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for today. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us this victory. I therefore and thereby accept this result, and I want to most importantly thank my running mate, Comrade Yakubu Garba, for standing beside me, and other colleagues, and the Governor of Niger State for where we have come today. A lot of people expect that we need speech today. Today is not a speech-making day. When we collect the certificate, we will definitely lead our policy trust. But we have come here today to openly accept this victory. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Nigeria. Thank you for your support. And we are calling on all our supporters. Please, let's be humble with this victory. Let's not arrogate this victory. And our arms are open for everybody to come, and let's move Niger forward. Thank you. And Alhaji Liman Kantigi, you have been a wonderful person. You gave us a big fight, and you have shown spirit of sportsmanship by conceding. And thank you, and God bless you.
In another development, the People's Democratic Party says the results obtained by it and independent observers directly from the polling units show that the PDP recorded sweeping victory in most of the states where the elections held. National chairman of the party, Senator Yochi Ayu, at a media briefing in Abuja, emphasized that the announced results so far are not reflecting voters' choices. Thimusi Yusuf was there.
With the process of collation, announcement and subsequent declaration of winners of the March 18 governorship and state houses of assembly elections not yet over, the PDP is of the view that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has not lived up to expectations.
We will not accept such a travesty of justice. The same scenario has already played out in Nasarawa, Kaduna, Kebbi, and Sokoto states, among others.
Ayu hinted that the PDP is inviting the INEC National Chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, to immediately do the needful.
Where we lose, we accept genuinely, if we genuinely lose. Anything to the contrary will never be accepted.
The PDP also raised concerns over the result of the Adamawa State governorship election.
The ongoing brazen attempt to alter the electoral outcomes in Adamawa State is particularly shocking.
While urging INEC to review some of the results already announced and declared, the PDP enjoins its members and supporters to remain calm and peaceful as the party explores every available legal procedure. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
Meanwhile, residents of Abeokuta are expressing satisfaction over the outcome of the governorship and House of Assembly elections in Ogun State. They appealed to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to perfect some inadequacies experienced during the election, while political actors should work together to advance the course of the state. The report.
Of APC candidate and incumbent governor of Ogun State, Prince Dakpo Abiodun, as the winner of the March 18th governorship election in Ogun State. Residents of Abeokuta want unity and peace among contenders.
The election was successful, and I think people really came out to vote and they discharged their civic responsibility.
A winner has been declared. The aggrieved one expected to take the next step as outlined in our Constitution and the Electoral Act of 2022.
Anything that may come out as a result of the election, you should see it as a game of football. At the end of the day, at the end of the 90 minutes, there must be winner, there must be loser. So the loser will take it lightly, while the winner will harbor the loser for the progress of the populace.
They also speak of the expectations from the victorious governor.
Those who have won those elections must now
see it as an opportunity to contribute their own to the development of the society. They must see it as an opportunity to uplift the sufferings of the masses.
I expect our governor to continue where he stops in the area of social amenities, this issue of a soft loan for our traders.
This is Agoba now. We can even see some bad road in Agoba, which we believe government should help us do something about it. And if you go out in capital, Ogun State capital here in Abeokuta, you will see some bad road. You should just please do something about it.
In Ogun State, the atmosphere is generally peaceful as people go about their daily socio-economic activities. In Abeokuta, Kemi Orunsolu Sikiru, NTA News.
It's time for us to take another break on the news. Stay with us. Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State has described his re-election as a victory for the people, which will spur him to take Bauchi to greater heights. The governor was speaking shortly after he was declared winner of the just concluded governorship election in Bauchi State. Awal Abdullahi reports.
The returning officer for the 2023 governorship election in Bauchi State, Professor Abdul Karim Sabo Mohammed, declared the incumbent Governor Bala Mohammed, who scored 525,280 votes, as the winner of the election after defeating his closest contestant of the APC, Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar retired, who scored 432,272 votes.
Mohammed Bala Abdul Qadir of PDP, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
In his victory speech, Governor Bala Mohammed thanked Almighty God for making it possible for him and appreciated the people of Bauchi State for giving him another chance, promised to continue to do his best toward the development of the state.
It's a partisan victory for my party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. No. Instead, it is a victory for the good people of Bauchi.
There was jubilation in the town after the announcement of the result. In Bauchi, Awal Abdullahi, NTA News.
All Progressives Congress candidate and incumbent governor of Kwara State, Abdurrahman Abdurazak, has been re-elected as the governor of Kwara State for a second term. Kehinde Omolosho was at the INEC Collation Center in Ilorin, where the result of the March 18 governorship election was announced, and now reports.
Collation of the governorship election results from each local government began Saturday evening and was concluded on Sunday evening with the declaration of the APC candidate and incumbent governor of Kwara State, Abdurrahman Abdurazak, as winner of the election. Professor Isaac Itodo, Vice Chancellor, University of Makurdi, is the returning officer.
The party APC had 273,424 votes. That Abdurazak Abdurrahman of the APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Representatives of political parties and observers commended INEC for the conduct of a peaceful election.
We are grateful to Kwarans for choosing us for the renewed mandate, and they should expect that there will be renewed hope for them. We will not disappoint them. The good work will continue.
Let me say it comes with mixed feelings. Mixed feelings because from the results presented today, our party fell short of our expectation. But we have listened to the results. We have seen the results that have been presented. I think what we'll do is to go back and look at these results against what our agents have presented.
There will be a press release from our head of mission, and he will present the preliminary statement which covers all the knowledge we've collected here.
A breakdown of the results shows that Abdurrahman Abdurazak won in all the 16 local government areas of the state. Representatives of political parties at the Coalition Center took turn to sign the result sheets, attesting to the fact that the coalition exercise was free and fair. Kehinde Omolosho, NTA News.
Francis Ogbonna Nwifuru of the APC has been declared winner of the 2023 governorship election in Ebonyi State. The State Coalition Officer, Professor Charles Igwe, announced that he garnered 199,131 votes to defeat Dr. Chukwuma Odi of the PDP, who got 80,197 votes, while APGA governorship candidate Professor Bernard Odo came third with 52,189 votes. Chinaza John reports that the governor-elect, who won in 10 council areas of the state, is the current Speaker, Ebonyi State House of Assembly.
After the opening speeches by the Resident Electoral Commissioner, Mrs. Pauline Onyeka, and the Chairman Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security ICES, Commissioner of Police, Falaye Olaleye, the stage was set for the collation of results. One after another, the local government collation officers presented their results, as well as the incidences that led to the cancellation of results in over 35 polling units in 8 local government areas of the state. The collation was not without some chaotic moments, as party agents intermittently traded words, while the delay to collect results from Ishielo Council area raised dust, leading to suspension and subsequent setting up of a review committee by the Resident Electoral Commissioner, Mrs. Pauline Onyeka.
We have decided that the election of Ishielu be reviewed. The admin section head review committee. Now, we are going to take it from what is contained in the IREM.
After the review and presentation by Ishielu Council Area Coalition Officer, then came the defining moment, and Professor Charles Igwe, Vice Chancellor, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, did the honors.
I, Professor Charles Igwe, hereby certify that I am the returning officer for the 2023 Ebonyi State Governorship election held on the 18th. On the 20th of March 2023, the election was contested at Nwifuru Francis Ogbonna of APC. Having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared winner and is returned elected.
The governor-elect and Speaker Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Francis Ogbonna Nwifuru of the APC, who has a female deputy governor-elect, garnered 199,131 votes to defeat Dr. Chukwuma Odi of the PDP, who scored 80,197 votes, while APGA governorship candidate Professor Bernard Odo came third with 52,189 votes. In Abakaliki, Chinaza John, NTA News.
The INEC has reviewed the conduct of the governorship and state assembly elections held nationwide on Saturday, 18th March 2023. At the end of its review meeting, the Commission decided to suspend further collation of the governorship election results in some parts of Abia and Enugu states. INEC National Commissioner for Information Festus Okoye in a statement notes that the decision was sequel to the invasion of Obiungwa local government area INEC office by thugs on Sunday, 19th March 2023 and taking hostage of relation to collation officer in the local government area. Similarly, reports from Enugu State call for a review of the results for the governorship election from the two outstanding local government areas of Nsukka and Nkanu East. Consequently, the Commission suspends the collation of results in Obiungwa local government area of Abia State and the two outstanding local government areas of Enugu State, which are yet to be collated. A review will be undertaken immediately before the process is concluded. INEC appeals for the understanding and patience of voters, parties, and candidates in the affected states. The Commissioner of Police in charge of the election duties in Rivers State Command, CP Echeng, has tasked operatives of the command to deploy all necessary human and investigative assets to ensure that the killers of the campaign Director General for the All Progressives Congress in Ahoda West in Rivers State, Mr. Chisom Leonard, are brought to book. The campaign DG was shot by yet-to-be-identified gunmen in the afternoon of Saturday, 18th March 2023. The Commissioner of Police commiserates with family of the bereaved and has promised to bring perpetrators of such heinous acts to justice. Now, clash between army and police has temporarily stalled collation of governorship election results and businesses in the early hours of Monday in Jalingo. The incident, which resulted in exchange of fire, also recorded casualties on both parties. Jibril Musa completes the story.
Misunderstanding between military and police personnel has led to exchange of fire in the early hours of today. The situation has led to closure of business premises in the state capital for the pair of eventualities. The report said there were casualties from both sides, but the Tribal State Commissioner of Police said the situation has been brought under control and investigation is ongoing to ascertain the cause.
It was a minor disagreement that led to the escalation of the incident. This incident is a dent to the synergy and mutual trust both the army and the police in Taraba State have enjoyed.
The Commissioner appealed to the general public to go about their normal businesses,
while assuring the citizens of Taraba State to go about their daily activities. The High Command of both organizations have set up a joint investigation team to look into the root cause of the matter with a view to ensuring that erring personnel are brought to book.
The situation has not affected the governorship and House of Assembly result collection in the state capital. In Jalingo, Jibril Musa, NTA News.
Africa Youth Group Foundation is appealing to Nigerian youths and political parties to keep the election outcome aside and team up for the development of the country. The foundation held an aerobic session to keep Nigerian youths engaged after the general election with the theme Mental and Physical Fitness for Development, Say No to Post-Election Violence. He wants all those who are disenchanted based on the outcome of the elections to channel their grievances through legal means and seek redress at the election tribunal, acknowledging that no amount of violence will produce a positive result.
Parts of your body. It works on your legs, your hands, your heart, your head, every part of your body. And so that is the best form of exercise that you can actually, and you also have tendency to enjoy it. People should, one, be fit physically, mentally, and channel that energy to productive activities and not destructive activities.
We believe in national unity and peace, and we have been advocating for this for many years right now. And we seize this opportunity, this huge opportunity, to call on Nigerians once again to promote peace for development. Before the election and after the election, we remain Nigerians, whether you are Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, whatever ethnic group and all of that, but we are still one.
We're actually using this opportunity to send a message to the youth of Nigeria that no one should use them to incite violence after this election. Post-election violence will actually and undermine the democratic processes that we all are trying to build.
The foundation is committed to the emancipation of youth across Africa. 285,000 out of the 300,000 missing cases of tuberculosis were identified in 2022, representing 60% performance for TB notification in Nigeria. This was revealed as the National Tuberculosis, Ulcer and Leprosy Control Program NTB, LCP and partners gather to review and renew commitment to end TB ahead of the 2023 World Tuberculosis Day. Uche Ugochukwu reports.
Thanks to advancements in diagnosis, treatment and prevention, there has been a decline in tuberculosis prevalence in the country. However, it remains a deadly infectious disease and a major global health challenge.
Our mandate is to continue to advocate for increased political commitment and domestic resource support.
We have been able to extend our services to hard-to-reach areas.
At a 69% funding gap and over-reliance on external donor agencies for funding, sustaining the TB program efforts in Nigeria will continue to remain a challenge.
These panelists agree that more needs to be done to increase awareness about the disease in Nigeria and move from being the highest with the burden of TB in Africa and sixth in the world.
By the end of 2022, we were able to notify above 285,000 missing cases in Nigeria.
Director General of WHO, Dr. Tedros, will be launching an initiative that spans from this year up till 2027 that will bring together countries and stakeholders to redouble efforts to ensure universal access to prevention care and the latest tools and technologies to combat TB on the road to universal health coverage.
Partners are optimistic that if everyone gets involved, the theme for World Tuberculosis Day 2023, yes, we can end TB, is achievable. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDA, will continue to encourage and support women in all fields in space, science, and technology. Director General of the agency, Dr. Halilu Shaba, stated this at an event tagged The Chronicles of the Geospatial Sector in Nigeria. Adebola Brooksley Sunday reports.
Records show that there has been poor representation of women in the geospatial industry in Nigeria. It is in a bid to encourage and support women in the sector that the Geo Initiative for Women Empowerment was initiated. Director General, National Space Research and Development Agency, Dr. Halilu Shaba, represented, said women were part of the development and launch of Nigeria's SAT-2 observation satellites.
Women and girls around the world are more involved in space applications than ever before, developing new technologies for spacesuits, using satellite data to improve life on Earth, and researching the psychological effects of prolonged space travels.
The forum also appreciated the works of founding fathers and contributors to the development of space science and technology in Nigeria.
Today, with this, with our phones, we can be anywhere. So seize the opportunity and be where you are supposed to be.
Edidiong Amos is the only woman in the private sector in Nigeria with a background in remote sensing and geographic information system with a GIS firm in the country.
We are offering these young ladies different opportunities outside school, even when they're in school, preparing them for life after school. We support them with the software and the hardware. Of course, there are criteria. We are now being intentional about going to public sector institutions, saying to the women that come, we will train you for free so that you can have a voice.
You cannot plan meaningfully without geospatial data, whether I want to construct roads, even population. You need geospatial data.
Young space scientists also presented to the public a high-powered drone designed and constructed by them with locally sourced materials. Adebola Brooksland Sunday, NTA News.
It's time for our last break. Stay with us.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Entel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit entel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Entel. Live more.
Tax administrators must keep up with the dynamics occasioned by disruptive new technologies of the 21st century and equip themselves with necessary skills, capacity, and character for effective and efficient tax administration in the fourth industrial revolution age. President of the Commonwealth Association of Tax Administrators, Qatar, and Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Mr. Mohammed Nami, made the charge to 2022 Qatar Senior Leadership Cohort held at His Majesty's Treasury Headquarters, London, the United Kingdom. In a statement by Johannes Oluwatobi Ojuola, Nami praised the Commonwealth Association for its investments and contributions through its senior leadership program, which he noted has helped bridge the capacity gaps of tax officials in member countries. The Qatar Senior Leadership Program is a yearly senior level leadership program delivered by His Majesty's Revenue and Customs, HMRC, on behalf of the Commonwealth Association of Tax Administrators. Despite recirculation of the old Naira notes by banks to ease shortage of money supply, the cash crunch experienced in Abuja still persists. Let's now join our business correspondent, Bosede Abel, for updates on cash availability.
Most busy ATM points in Abuja metropolis are empty due to lack of cash, as most of the money deposit banks said they have run out of cash for their customers. And for those banks that are paying, it's a long wait on the queue for their customers.
We have up to about 5 banks in this line. Just one bank is paying, and it's paying across the counter.
All the banks here have been to Court of Appeal there. There's no money everywhere.
They should make our transfer at ease. Say I want to try and do transfer now. If I try it in front of you, to bring error.
Lukman Yusuf, a vegetable seller, says all the sales he was supposed to make via mobile transfer has been futile due to poor network and lack of cash.
Some people dey say that transfer go do for me. If you do transfer for me, sometimes I no go see a lot. So now be problem. If you no collect transfer, here's why you no get cash, you no go buy the market.
Some residents say they were hopeful that after the elections, the situation will turn around, but have their hopes dashed despite the validity of the old Naira notes.
There's no cash anywhere. After the election, nothing has changed. It has still remained the same.
I can't go for my business because I do sell clothes and other things. I can't go anywhere because I don't have cash.
I came since morning until now. I still don't have access to my money.
Observers say the scarcity is taking longer time than expected, and the situation is also taking its toll on the economy, emphasizing that something should be done urgently to address the trend. In Abuja, Bosede Ebo, NTA News.
The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, says it has resumed the 2023 registration exercise for direct entry candidates and other issues that relate to the 2023 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. JAMB Registrar Professor Ishaq Oloyede, who stated this, notes that 127 candidates who had earlier registered for direct entry before the suspension of the exercise have been requested to return to their registration centers and update their application to comply with the new registration processes. Olainka Ojo reports.
In past, some candidates are said to have used unacceptable A-level certificates to register for direct entry. And from one of the institutions, out of 148 candidates verified, only 6 were found genuine.
In order to further checkmate the anomaly and also prevent recurrence of such irregularity, the board has decided that 2023 DE registration will not only be restricted to JAMB PTC, that is professional test centers, but will also be done under strict supervision.
While noting that only 13 certificates will be recognized for the 2023 direct entry exercise, the board adds that following the enormity of the challenges associated with A-level qualifications, they now have a Nigeria post-secondary education data system as well as other innovations in the UTME exercise.
One major feature of the new dispensation is that no examination will be allowed to take place after 1 hour of its scheduled start time, because the board has discovered that some of the problems reported at the centers are contrived to delay the commencement of a session in some centers with a view to securing undue advantage for the delayed candidates.
The direct entry registration exercise is expected to end on the 28th of April 2023. Olainka Ojo, NTA News.
President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the renewal of the appointment of Idris Musa as Director General of the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, NOSDRA. Idris Musa was first appointed on the 1st of April 2019, contributing to the digitalization of NOSDRA records, review of oil spill management processes, and environmental sensitivity index map for use in the oil-producing areas as a means to protect the vulnerable and fragile ecosystem of the Niger Delta region. A statement issued from the Office of the Minister of Environment, Mohammed Abdullahi, indicates that the reappointment of Idris Musa as DG of NOSDRA takes effect from 1st April 2023. Host Niamey has lifted the overall team trophy of the ECOWAS African Wrestling Tournament. Tolak Abdullahi Mohammed reports that the organizers of the tournament are planning to introduce its female version.
The drums, the inspirations, the amulets, some rituals. But for green, white, green, it's fervent prayers. But victory is laid bare in the ring.
As an experienced person, you don't look by the body size to intimidate you.
The game is about skill and no sense.
The boys were there, but the big guns have the best of the shots. The matches between the two giants gets the arena wild.
Many of the teams have been classified as less technical, including that of Nigeria. But I tell you, so many of the individual wrestlers in the Nigerian team came here with the spirit of Amalinze, the cat. And when you less expect that they deliver in style.
It's a good outing for us. Our objectives have been achieved. You've seen the quality of the fights we've had today. You've seen a new set of member states coming up on the medals table.
Jamilu Boko stood ahead of all in the 66 kilo, and Nigeria with the bronze. And up we move on the ladder with a silver in 76 kilo. The Gambia also making its anthem loud and clear in the 100 kilo. And Senegal in the 120 kilo, leaving Nigeria with the silver. Niger Republic, the host, took the overall team trophy to close the championship. In Yamai, Niger Republic, Abdullah Mohammed, NTA News.
And that's it on the news. Do remember to connect with the NTA in the campaign against rape and rapists. Thanks for watching.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
All right, it's great to have you rejoin us on our live transmission of the verdict 2023. Of course, the results have been tumbling in, talking about the state governorship elections. Now we have just 5 left, 5 that have 1 or 2 issues to settle before they are finally called. And Taraba seems to be the last state to have been announced. But before we go into the details of that governorship election result, let me introduce here with me in the studio Niya Kishiju, a public affairs analyst and election observer. It's a pleasure to have you join us.
Thanks so much. It's a privilege.
All right, and I also have joining us, but this time via Zoom, Chief Obin Nwaka, Director General Committee of Youth and on Mobilization and Sensitization right there in Port Harcourt. Chief Nwaka, thank you for joining us, particularly at this time of the night. Thank you. So before we go into our conversation, let's take this report on the declaration of the governorship results in Taraba State.
2, 5, 7, 9, 2, 6. Second is 2, 0, 2, 2, 7, 7. 2, 0, 2, 2, 7, 7. The margin of lead is 5, 5, 6, 4, 9. 5, 5, 6, 4, 9. Total number of PVC collected, and while we have cancellation from 40G, it's 15,258. 15258. And you have seen that 55649 is much greater than 15258. That means that we have satisfied the 3 conditions. 1 is 25% in at least 11 level government, meaning 2/3, and the lead difference, the margin of lead is more than the total number of easy cancelled, which is 15,258. This gives us the ability to now move on to the declaration of results. I, Professor M.A. Abdulaziz, the Vice Chancellor of Abuja University, Bauchi, hereby certify that I am the returning officer for the 2023 Taraba State Governorship election held on the 18th day of March 2023. The election was contested. The candidate received the following votes: Hamman Mohammed Mbali, A party, 234 votes, 234. Gambo Abubakar Sadiq, AA, 1046, 1046. Joel David Charima, AAC 222 votes. Mohammed A. Ibrahim, ADC 781 votes.
All right, that was the declaration of results for the governorship election in Taraba State, which has been won by the PDP. It didn't defy the predictions prior to the election that it was going to be a two-horse race between the PDP and the APC. But even between both, the difference is significant. Chief Akishiju, does this surprise you, talking about the difference?
Well, I am not too surprised with the outcome, because one, don't also forget that the incumbency factor is still prevalent in the Nigerian political democratic firmament, as it were, and PDP being the ruling party in the state would enjoy the benefits, of how do I want to put it, the benefit of being in the office, using powers, authority, influences, and of course patronage of office.
But that didn't seem to work with in some other states, Benue, for instance.
Because the truth of the fact is the other parties became very factionalized in Taraba. Okay. In fact, to a large extent, as far as this election is concerned, it would appear that the APC does not even have a candidate. And APC is supposed to be the bastion of opposition in the state, as it were. So if the APC does not have a candidate, the NPP is a new party, and just coming up. So we wouldn't, except for a viral sentiments that could drive the momentum, that is what would have created that kind of engagement, to show hostility, as it were, in the space. But that was not available. It was an easy opponent space because of the limitation of the APC, as it were. If the APC had had a candidate, and the problem, of course, was an offshoot of the primary process, of the APC, for whatever way they took it, they had issues with getting a candidate, and the court ruled against the APC candidates. So that's why we are having that kind of result coming from Taraba. We should actually commend the NPP for showing this kind of performance. One, within a short period, and then two, given the lack of resources. I know that the NPP across board have been driving on its own blood, and of course the pedigree of its founder. So to a large extent, we'll give it to NPP for showing at least some form of opposition to the ruling party. I am not surprised at the margin, as it were, but it's apparent the ruling party could go away with that because there was no stiff opposition in the election.
All right, and just earlier, there was also the announcement of results from Rivers State, which has also been won by the PDP. So that takes me to Port Harcourt, where we have Chief Obi Nawaka, Director Committee of Youth on Mobilization and Sensitization. Chief Waka, the election in Rivers generated a lot of hard talk, if you like, controversy. From your own perspective, How did it go?
Yes, thank you very much for bringing me on board again today to talk about this process. Yes, the election has been declared. A winner has been announced in person of Similalayi of PDP, who pulled the total score of 302,612 votes, following the closest rival, which is the party APC, who put the total vote of 95,275 votes. Now, the controversy during the process was as a result of a kind of disagreement between some of the party agents who probably were aggrieved because of what transpired during the election process. According to them, there were allegations of killing, especially the Abuja East local government election, which was probably the last result that was collated. There was a sort of questions which was thrown to the returning officer, the LGA returning officer, which was not properly addressed by the woman and also the electoral officer. So they alleged that there was an issue of killing over 6 persons that were shot during the process in the Abuja East local government. So the concern they raised was that how come where election was not held, election did not take place, and yet results were presented before them to the REC and to the state collation officer. So those things generated a kind of a kind of unconducive environment while we were there. But with the help of the EO and some other party agents, they were able to, not that they calmed the situation, but just that when there were counter arguments, especially from the party APM, who was also countering the Labour Party and the other opposition party agents who were there. So at the end of the day, there was rancor, especially when the result was about to be announced officially. So the challenge there was as a result of that Abuja East, where they said election did not hold in many of the wards and the polling units. But the REC and the state collation officer informed the party agents and other guests who were also there that it's not his fault, that if results were not presented before him, there was no how he would accept or entertain any results. But for the fact that a result was brought before him, his own duty and responsibility is to accept the results and collect it. That is his own duty. So those things also triggered the party agents. So the rancor was high, and if not for the intervention of the police, I don't think that exercise would have been conclusive, because that declaration was the major election, which has to do with the collation of the last local government that we all expect. In fact, the local government took us of about 7 hours before it was announced. They kept us waiting from 2 p.m., which we asked to reconvene around 7 p.m. in the night. But yet, the collation has started officially around 10 p.m. So as at 11:30 to 12, we are also there at the collation center where the result was declared. So you can see the challenge there is that the collation center himself was not also conducive for the INEC officials. to collect the results. So the collation was done in the INEC office. And I know what the collation was done in the INEC office, but not at the collation center, the state collation venue itself, but another office in the state INEC office, because of to ensure that the place will be conducive and a lot of security to protect the process. So in fact, it was quite interesting, because that is the beauty of democracy. You don't expect all party agents to accept the conduct or the process of collation, especially when they feel that there have been intimidation, when they feel that they have been disenfranchised, when they feel that they don't have access to the collation center the way it should be. There was allegation that, especially coming from the NRM party agents in the same Aoda East, that their party agents were harassed by the local government chairman. So all those things, but the REC asked them to put everything in writing, let it be official. A report ought to have been forwarded to the state collation center if they really want to seek redress, or if they really want a kind of an adequate attention where their complaint can be given a proper solution. But no official report was tendered. No proper evidence was also tendered before the collation. The only evidence that was tendered was just a picture of someone that was killed. So there was a lot of rancor in the state collation center, and those party agents were really aggrieved, and they were also, there was no cohesion. From the beginning of the process to the end of the process, there was no cohesion. In fact, when the result was also announced, the party that won, which is the party PDP, they did not even, there was not all this cohesion or peaceful cohesion to embrace each other that we have won the election. Let us work together as a team. So the disagreement was high, coming from the Labour Party, coming from the ADC, coming from the PRP, who the party, of course, there was an issue there that also happened. There was the PRP party agents also announced that the result sheet does not have the party image, whereas in the ballot paper there was a party logo. They have their party logo on the ballot paper, but on the result sheet there was nothing like PRP. So every result that has been entering, PRP does not have any single vote entered for them. Yet they have a gubernatorial candidate on the ballot contesting for that election. So you see, all this is generated to all those conflicts, disagreements. In fact, this what I mentioned now is one of the fundamental that prompted the crisis that we witnessed at the State Collation Center. So, but at the end of the day, the State Collation Center was able to manage it, because I saw the man as a man that can also handle pressure. The man was prepared for the job, as if he felt, or he's already aware that something like this was going to happen. So it was not a conducive place to say. The process was not really conducive for people, although it was also quite interesting for the media people who wants to pick stories and who wants to also make headline. So it was interesting. And what made it more interesting was that those party agents, they were aggrieved, they didn't work out. They were only rejecting the results, but yet they stayed from the beginning of the process to the end of the process. So that made it quite interesting.
Of course, it's the kind of thing you probably will expect from Rivers State, because if you follow the history of voting, Rivers has always been a bit, not always the most peaceful when it comes to elections. But you mentioned two major things that led to the arguments or disagreements, if you like, at the collation center One of them was the missing logo of the PRP, if I got you right, on the ballot paper.
Not the logo. Their name on the result sheet.
Okay, their name on the result sheet, and they were on the ballot.
On the ballot, their logo was on the ballot.
All right, and another was the Ahoda
on the result
situation
sheet, to enter the result, the collation from the polling unit.
So they couldn't enter their results. But another was the Ahoda issue, and I ask, how significant is the voting population in Ahoda East?
No, because of those crises, the party agents also mentioned that there were no voting, according to them, because of the killing. Nobody would like to participate in the electoral process when there is killing, especially a killing that is amounting to 1 person, 2 person, 3 person, total number of 6 person farm rights. So they alleged that the turnout was very low. There are some wards and some polling units that the election did not take place. So they were so aggrieved that how come they were collecting results from the places that the election did not hold? How were they able to generate those results and those scores? So the question was thrown to the collation officer, which of course the woman was making an attempt to defend herself or to answer the question. But because of timing and because the place was also going through rancor, disagreements, nobody was speaking in one voice. Different political party agents were speaking at the same time. It was noisy. So the returning officer had to take over the microphone and say, okay, the result has been presented before him, so she just go ahead. But from the whole process and from what the party agents mentioned there, they said election did not take place in some of the areas that results were generated or were announced. So
all right.
That was one of the major arguments. And in fact, some of them did not even sign the result sheet. They did not sign the result sheet. About seven political parties did not sign the result sheets. Yeah, was witness the whole scenario. Okay. So the other hit was something else, and it was the last LG that was also collected, and the other LG that was collected in the INEC office, but in a different venue. So I think the River State election is something that the umpire needs to play. They need to review. They need to look into it so that the next election, issues that were raised in the state election centers like this will not also arise. And also the party agents also not comfortable, because some of them were saying about 4 principal police officers were deployed to the states, as if the state was not an organized state to organize an election. The AIG, the DIG, the Commissioner of Police were also here. Everybody said, we are not feeling comfortable at all, but in all sense of everything that happened there, no party agent was harassed. No one was asked to leave the venue. There was no exchange of no one fights. There was no militarization, no harassment, nothing. So despite everything that happened there, they all came back to the collation center and also participate in the process. In fact, when the final announcement was also done, while we were also leaving, there was nothing like fighting outside the INEC office. Everybody was allowed to go back to their respective rooms.
All right, Obinawaka, thank you very much again. But I'm tempted to ask, as a neutral, at least you are not a party player, you are an observer. From your observations, would you say that the collation officer was able to manage effectively, the way it should be, all the contentions that were brought up? And would you say that at the end of the day, that the election in Rivers meets the basic standard for a free, fair, credible election which deserved to be announced? Because, of course, we had some other election results that are pending for one issue or the other.
Yes, you are. Thank you for that question. There's one thing about the REC and the state coalition officer himself. The man is prepared for the job, number one. The man is courageous. In fact, how the man was even engaging his party agent, I was surprised. He was also engaging them in conversation, engaging them in argument. In fact, there were some things that the local government returning officer were not able to defend. The state coalition center assist them in defending it, just to make sure that the process the process was also conclusive. So when it comes to the issue of whether the election is credible or whether election meets the expectation of the people of Rivers State, there's no how election will meet every person that is concerned in electoral process, because people have the right to be aggrieved, number one. Number two, there's no how election will be fair that will also be fair to people who are also losing election. That is number two. Then number three, there's no how people will not be outside there to discredit an electoral processes. So what am I saying is in this process is that the election is conclusive. A candidate has been declared. There's no state in Nigeria that will not have one or two crises, one or two issues, but just that the Rivers State crisis is enormous, and it is more than what we all expected. You can imagine that a whole local government, 6 people died. So if you are giving statistics of the total number of persons that have died in the entire process in Rivers State, you'll be amazed. That is the ones that we all know. What about those ones that maybe they have died in the creek, the river, that area that nobody was there to give account of? So the beauty of the election is that it is conclusive. When election is not conclusive, it has to do another logistics challenge, logistics involvement, and another also security mobilization. So the REC and the state coalition officer, they were able to manage the situation very, very well. I was even amazed how the man was able to manage the situation. In fact, where the argument was also going on, the man was smiling, engaging them. In fact, one party agent was even alleging the man that, why are you smiling? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? It's like the man was happy with what was going on. The man said, no. Do they expect him to cry? Okay, should he cry or should he start running? People like that, they understand that in election does not have to do with a do or die affair or get yourself too much emotional attached to it. This is why many politicians are having high BP, because they take election as a serious business that they need to be mean while participating or while undergoing a kind of assignment. So the man, I give kudos to the man, because if I were in the man's shoes, with all the hits that they were giving me, I don't think I'll be able to withstand that hit. You can imagine what happened at the National Coalition Center. The Professor Mahmoud, the INEC chairman, was not even engaging some aggrieved party agents, just the way this man was engaging them. And you look at what played out in Rivers State. The party agent refused to leave, despite the fact that they were rejecting the votes. They were also attacking, they were also engaging their fellow party agent, and especially the state returning officer. But yet, the man withstood them, withstood the heat. The party agent did not also leave. So, for us to have a conclusive election in Rivers State, I think some electoral stakeholders will also be happy. Because the last time we observed the election in Rivers State, the election was not conclusive like this. They were a kind of rerun elections, election that took over some days, but this was just two days into the collation. While some states are even yet to declare their own results, some states have already declared inconclusive of the election. So we are all surprised that the election of Rivers State is conclusive and a candidate have been declared. So the man was able to manage the situation. So in election like this, just like I said, there's no how election will be free, conclusive, that will also be fair to some people. That is the beauty of democracy. And what we have witnessed at the collation center was very interesting. In fact, the media people were also happy. They have something to take home.
Again, I thank you, Chief Obinna Nwaka. But just before I allow you, a break, I just wanted to find out, those that were allegedly killed in Ahoda East, were they party stalwarts? Were they just voters?
Please come again, sir. Some noise at the background is not giving me.
Those that were allegedly killed in Ahoda East, those who died in Ahoda East, were they party chieftains? Were they party agents, for instance, or they were just voters?
No, they are not voters, they are supporters.
Okay.
The party agents mentioned that they are supporters. That in fact that they know one or two people who are also working for the party that also were also victims of such an incident. So they are supporters. They're supporters, because I was there when the man was talking. I was giving, and in fact they were even mentioning names. Just that there was no time, and because of the arguments there, I was not able to take the names of those people that had died, but I'm sure the party agent mentioned their names. While he was talking, mentioning the people that died and the area that they died, he was also mentioning their names. So there are party supporters that are also familiar with the party agents.
All right, thank you very much, Chief Obinna Nwaka.
Party supporters. It's quite unfortunate, though.
Let me allow you rest for a moment and hope that we keep winning the battle with your network, with your connection right there in Port Harcourt. Now, let me get back to the studio where Nia Kishiju has been listening like me. What do you make of the drama? In fact, he reported everything that transpired in Rivers.
Real drama, and I want to imagine how excited media practitioners who were witnessing all that would have been, and of course the kind of stories that would have been generated, covering that moment. This is even better. I remember 2019, we were talking about people militarized and all that, people in uniforms, storming the collation center, women running around, women resisting, and all that. So if we want to compare this and that, I think
but I'm not sure people, deaths were reported like this.
No, deaths were not reported like this. But again, at least not at the collation center. I don't think he's talking about death at the collation center.
He's talking about deaths in the local government.
In the local government. There were deaths there too. It's. I think there's still a need for certain forms of interventions in places like Rivers State. For whatever it is worth, there should be an understanding of the kind of approach to politics, the kind of engagement to politics in that jurisdiction. Since the return to democracy in 1999, there had always been one kind of violence skirmishes or the other that had produced forms of tragedies, and we keep telling people it's not worth it. An election is a principal, primary role of a human being within a given jurisdiction. You are supposed to to exercise the choice between certain individuals that you think they should represent you, you should not die exercising that franchise. It does not make sense, because it's about representation.
Indeed.
So why would anybody die because he or she wants somebody to represent him or her?
Or even maimed.
Yeah, or maimed, or even get your livelihood, destroyed one way or the other. So I think there's a need to do a study, understand what dynamics are at play, and see how interventions could be made, especially long before an election cycle comes to play. Because when you do that during an election cycle, opinions have been formed, outlook had been solidified, and of course that would determine the kind of action that will be at play. So Rivers State, I am praying that there will be a sort of redemption there, and it's not as if it's so multi-ethnic. It's not as if it's so multi-religious. It's even looking more like an homogeneous, community.
Yeah, because if I compare, for instance, not too far away, Delta, Delta is more diverse.
More diverse.
But you don't get to see this level of
conflict,
violence
and all that. So it's, I think, perhaps we'll give it to those in the psychological realm to do an understudy of this, and of course provide the kind of intervention that is necessary. Well, and one way or the other, they've also been gifted with good leaders that had always found themselves predominating the national landscape. So to that extent, it means it's a place that is gifted with natural leadership. But the emergence of this leadership is more or less festooned with all manners of tragedies and violence, and that's in many ways the emergence. The kind of persons. The character of the eventual leadership in the state. We in the South. River State had shown leadership, either at the level of administration or at the level of delivery of infrastructure, and it is from one administration to the other. So, if you have this kind of leadership, then why the violence in the process of emergence of this kind of leadership? It's because it's like you are adding 2 + 2, but removing 2 from this addition. If we get to understand the premium we should place on a life, perhaps we will appreciate what it means to lose one's soul in the process of emergence of leadership. And we are not in a ritual environment, because for me, if 1, 2, 3 people are reported dead because of this process, then it means that we are either sacrificing those people because we need to consummate the democratic process, and it's not worth it. Why are we engaged in democracy if we are killing ourselves? Because when somebody dies, if it's a man, it's a son of somebody. If it's a son of a mother, it's a son of a father. It's a father, it's a father of a son, it's a father of a daughter, it's a breadwinner, and all that. It may be the head of a business feeding so many people. So when you look at the multiplier of losing one person, it's profound. So that's why we should start looking at the best way to conduct our elections in the most civilized, perhaps zero conflict situation, so that when a leader emerges, it won't be as if we have appreciated the gods, as it were, for the emergence of the leader. It is not as if we have washed the feet of the leader in blood before he emerges on our big stage, you know, because no matter what, if somebody dies and you have a leader in place eventually, there will be a tie-in historically going forward between that leadership and those people that died during the process of the emergence. So
indeed, if you have to emerge and if you have to kill all the people you lead, who
are you leading then? You know, so I am praying that this experience that we keep recording, witnessing from rivers should subside, should stop. You know, it's a state blessed with so many things, blessed with resources, blessed with good people. They have shown it. There's nothing again to prove on the national stage, you know, that the River State government administration at different times had not shown, you know. But we should not be killing ourselves because we want somebody to lead us.
Well, some might say it's tied to the economic power that Rivers has when you talk about our national politics.
Oh, well, yes, but you know, the truth of the matter is when you have good leadership, the kind of resources River State has is enough to go around. You can even do a consensus arrangement that everybody will still find space in governance. You know, it's not a resource-strong jurisdiction. So you only need people with a mindset of congruence, you know, political congruence, to come together and determine how they want to go forward, you know, without all this fight. And even if it's an investment, because yes, some Nigerian politicians believe that political office, imagine as a leader and all that, is an investment, as it were. Even if it's an investment, can we first start placing premium on the value of human life? Is it worth it to even make a target of earning billions of naira, but working on the blood of people, you know, in the process of making that earnings? So perhaps if we start talking to ourselves, we would know that, yeah, even if it's an investment, we can still deduct, you know, this factor of this violence on human beings in our strategies, because it's sometimes this is actual outcome of deliberate strategies.
Yeah.
To say, let us create conflict, clashes in that place. By the time we beat them, they do this, we'll have advantage. Perhaps if we start understanding the profundity of human existence and human lives, that will no longer be an input into the strategic consideration when you want to secure the vote of a certain area. You know?
Now, you made one profound point. You talked about having a consensus arrangement, you know, where everybody knows that we could do this kind of thing, go around this way. And I make a comparison of Delta again, which is not too far. Delta used to be very, very volatile.
Yeah.
But since 1999, there has been that conscious effort, unwritten, to rotate.
Yes, I understand.
In 1999, for 8 years, you had Chief James Ibori, who is from the Delta Central. He handed over to Delta South, where Dr. Emmanuel Udwanga hailed from.
Yeah.
And then to Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, the incumbent, who is from Delta North.
Yeah.
And in this election, most of the front runners are from, again, Delta Central.
Central District.
It says something about understanding of the politics.
Yes.
It says something about understanding of the politics. The PDP candidate is from Delta Central. The APC candidate, the Deputy President of Senate, is from Delta Central. Now, the PDP candidate, who is current Speaker of the State House of Assembly, emerged. So you see, it's like beginning a fresh circle.
Yeah, it's
and so naturally you expect that when Sheriff Oborewori is done, it is most likely that most of those that will be thrown up by political parties will be someone, people rather, from Delta South. And so you have another circle going. This has, to a large extent, and I say this from the perspective of someone who observes the process there, calmed the political setting in Delta. You can have disagreements, of course, when there's going to be transition. Even in that same senatorial district, this leader wants this person, the other leader wants this person, but they are all from the same senatorial district. That's
so
sort
there's
of
engagement.
But in Rivers, if you look at Rivers, I'm not sure they have been blessed with that kind of arrangement. For instance, the last 16 years has been dominated by the Ikwere people.
There is a long talk around that.
Rotimi Amechi did 8 years.
Yes.
He's from Ikwere local government. Governor Wike is from Obiakpo, but they are
same
all
cultural
the same
setting.
senatorial, the same language, the same people.
I heard that. Yes.
So that may have also heated up the place ahead of the polls.
Of course.
Even though there was this tendency towards the riverine, APC went that way, PDP went that way, and of course SDP produced Senator Magnus Abe, who in his own right will say, well, we haven't had it. He's from the Ogoni axis.
So we're talking about equity here, and the reality of our federating system is that we have a huge number of minorities, minority groups. And in fact, the Nigerian nation was constituted with the principle of protecting the interests of the minorities. Of course, the founding fathers realized that we have 3 major groups, but we have more than 250 minority groups with their own peculiar identities and culture. And therefore, these 3 major groups are supposed to be a weld, a welding point for all these minority groups. And in doing that, there must be an acknowledgement of the minority groups. And going beyond that, there must be a protection of the interest of the minority groups. And going beyond that, there must be an advancement of the interest of the minority groups. So we have found ourselves there. So it's not just at the national level that we are talking about. We are also talking about that at the subnational level. There are some minority groups that only exist in a particular local government. And they have their voice, they have their language, they have the full paraphernalia of their culture just within that local government. There are some in 3 local governments. There are some you find across 1 state. There are some you find across 2 or 3 states and all that. So it is now essential that whatever political arrangement we have, there must always be a recognition of those different cultural interests, cultural leanings in the jurisdiction we are in, and how do we equitably share powers and resources. So it's the consciousness of that that will allow us to know that in this jurisdiction, we must acknowledge our differences. And in acknowledging our differences, find a way, to unite and advance individual differences in a united manner. And it is just by giving and taking. It's give and take. You have spoken about Delta State. It's the same thing in Ondo State. It's not written anywhere. But there's that silent agreement that once a district, a senatorial district, concludes 8 years of 2 terms, it moves to the next. If anybody from that old, just served district comes, people in that district will vote against him. You know? So we can, the next election that will come in Ondo State now, the Ondo State people knows that it's coming from the south of the state. So if you are coming from anywhere, everybody will resist you.
It's not your time.
It's not your time. You know? So you have first restricted areas of ambition to a particular segment.
And it makes it easier.
So if there's going to be conflict, it's people from the outsiders, from outside the senatorial district that will be the interlocutors. You know, that will be the interveners. That was what are you people want to kill yourself before you come and kill us, and then let us resolve this thing, you know, because there is an objective intervener in the matter. So, and I think that is the way we should look at this, understanding the peculiarity of our federating system. You know, if we don't do that, we will always have this conflict. See, personal conflict, personal drive for power can easily be dealt with. If somebody just thinks that it's there, the communities, then it is in part of the character of the African community to identify an oppressor, a troublesome person, and collectively deal with that person. But where that person can start appealing to ethnic sentiments, to religious sentiments, and other mundane sentiments, then we have a problem. So, and the best way we can stop that is to allow for equity in whatever we do. Once we are able to do that, we'll be scaling. But at every level, there should be emergence of leaders of thought, true leaders, true statesmen. You don't need to be a former president or former governor before you are a statesman. You can be a statesman in your community. You are an interlocutor. You are an intervener. You are a facilitator of peace. You know. So it's that way we enjoy our democracy. Our democracy is highly fought for. Some people don't, especially the younger ones, they don't know what the country went through to attain these many years, because it's many years now. Some of us had experienced this thing, and you just tasted it as you were just settling in, it was taken away from you again. And the livelihood, existence, and of course functioning in a military dictatorship era, for instance, is very different from functioning and livelihood in a democratic space. So when you have tasted that kind of life under a military dictatorship, you appreciate more what a democracy is. And you don't, when people are now fighting and becoming violent and becoming unruly, you feel anger. Because we are talking here now. If under a military regime, somebody will be sleeping and wake up and be watching you people talk, and you say something that annoys him, he sends a platoon of soldiers to come and carry you, even while you are engaged in the studio. You know, so these are things some of us had experienced, and we are praying that we don't, out of our excessiveness, create excuses for these people to come. And the only way we can do that is for us to have decorum in the way we conduct ourselves during elections.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Niya Kishiju, for the comments you have made. Now, let me get back to Chief Obi Nawaka in Port Harcourt, because we are talking about leadership and the quality of leaders that have emerged from Rivers State over time. Now, Siminalayi Fubara doesn't seem to be a political heavyweight. It hasn't been known around the political circles. Compare him to the likes of Senator Magnus Abe, for instance, of the SDP, or even Toye Cole, maybe lesser known than Magnus Abe. He hasn't been in the limelight until about this time, when he had to contest, and indeed he had to win. So give us an insight, if you may, into the man Siminalayi Fubara.
Yes, the governor-elect, in person of Siminalayi Fubara, is not a man that I'm that familiar with. In fact, I've not spoken with him before. Either have I seen him face to face, had a conversation with him? No, I have not. But from the few things that I've heard about him is that he's the accountant general of the state. And you know one thing about politics and governance is not how long you have been in the political system or how long you've been around contesting for election or how popular you have been before vying for a political position. But the most important thing is that is who are behind you. Your antecedents and also the people who are supporting you. So we all know that the person that is playing this drum for the governor-elect is the governor himself, because from all indication, he is the anointed son of the governor, which is Yusuf Wike himself. So I think that is what is playing out. But when it comes to political settings, the governor-elect has not been known, just like you mentioned, other candidates, people like Toyoko, people like Lulu Briggs, people like Magnus Abe and co. So, but when it comes to the issue of politics, it's not how far, it is how well. And the how well we are talking about is the preparation of the people that are also backing you, because he is riding on the weight of Barrister Yusuf Wike, who is the serving governor of Rivers State. So you can imagine the influence, the state resources, and also the state community. It is like the man, Yusuf Wike as a governor is one that even did majorly 90% of what Mr. Fubara ought to have done from the campaign, even from this moment. Yusuf Wike as a governor has been seen all over the local government campaigning for him. In fact, making some of these speeches on behalf of their governorship candidates. So the weight behind the governor-elect is too big. It's big enough for the man to emerge as a governor. So either he has been in the system of politics or contesting for election or not, the most important thing is that he has a man that have not lost concentration. He has a man that have been focusing on the election, focusing on the giant stride and development of Rivers State. So for every reason and for every sense of belonging, you should know that the governorship or the governor-elect himself is popular because of the fact that he has a man like Yusuf Wike backing him. We cannot shy away from it that the governor is an heavyweight when it comes to political discussion. He's an influential person. So when it comes to the issue of their own internal party, we know it's an influential person. When it comes to the level of presidency, we know it's also an influential person. In fact, there is a lot of insight or discussion going on that the Yusuf Wike as a governor has gathered a lot of strength, even from the federal. You understand? So people were not saying this thing all over the places, that the weight behind Mr. Fubara, the governor-elect, is not because he's riding on the platform of the party alone, but a lot of people are also backing him. And you know, the beauty of politics is all about negotiation. Yes, I believe that these people must have also reached out to other political parties who are also supporting them. Okay. They have reached out to other stakeholders who are also supporting them. Some stakeholders who are not contesting, maybe elder statesmen and all those things. So these are the people that are projecting Mr. Simi. Let me use the short form, Mr. Simi Fubara. These are the people that are projecting. These are the people that are pushing for him. Apart from also having a full support of the serving governor. So this has become a very big connecting factors and a very great advantage for him over the other candidate that he has defeated. And if you saw that the candidate who have defeated, they have been running an election. You know, when you keep running an election, if you run the first election, you didn't win. You know, recuperating the fund alone is not also easy, unlike somebody who is just running for the first time. A fresher who is running an election from a ruling party, you know, there's a lot of advantage over it. So when it, especially in a state where they are not witnessing a kind of ballot demonstration. You know, when it comes to a state like Abia, there is a ballot demonstration in Abia because the people feel the governor is not working. So the only party they can just look into to come and rescue them is the Labour Party with their force. So the issue of the state and the governor-elect is that the party here, the governor himself, is doing well. I'm not here to promote the governor, or because we as an observer, our duty and responsibility as observer is not just to focus on the election alone. Some of the time when we arrive in a particular state, we carry out our pre-election assessment or opinion poll. And from the opinion poll so far, the governor himself is doing well. There are a lot of projects that he has done, he has executed. In fact, from what I heard yesterday, that he's going to a community in Roma Holu to commission a school. I'm telling you from our opinion poll and pre-election assessment that we.
All right. Uh-oh. Have we lost? It may seem that we have lost that battle with the connection to Chief Obi Nanwaka in Port Harcourt. But while we try to reconnect with him, let's take the declaration of the APC candidate, Chief Francis Nwefuru, as a winner of the governorship election in Ebonyi State.
Some public who are here present, members of the top 4th estate of the realm, I, Professor Charles A. Igwe, hereby certify that I am the returning officer for the 2023 Ebonyi State Governorship election held on the 18th. On the 20th of March 2023, the election was contested. The candidates received the following votes. 1. Wandugo Chukwuma Awuregu Emel, contestant under the AA, received 554 votes. 554 votes. 2. One Manabena Nyaba, male, AGC, 673 votes. Ozioma is a Kenneth, number 3. Mabeze, Ozioma is a Kenneth, Mabeze, male, ADP, 578. Number 4, Nwefuru Francis Ogbonna, male, APC, 199131. Odobana, male, APGA, 52189. Number 6, Igwe Chinenye Judith, a female, APM 206. Obara Prince Apollos UBC, male, APP 9999. Ikwegu Edward Okereke, male, LP 6793. Adol Awam Chris Sonny, male, NNPP 674. Usono Anthony N, NRN 310.
All right. That's the emergence of another Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Francis Wefori in Ebonyi State. And of course, the candidate of the APC and the candidate of the incumbent, as it may seem. But let's also go to Nasarawa State, where David Ombugado of the PDP has again fallen short, and the declaration of the APC candidate, Abdullahi Sule, who is the incumbent governor, as winner of the governorship election in nearby Nasarawa State.
Sultan Koishaya, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos, and the State Returning Officer for the governorship election for Nasarawa State, having satisfied the requirements and having received the total votes of 347,209 votes by the APC, with the candidate Sule Audu Alhaji is hereby returned and declared the winner of the governorship election in Nasarawa State.
All right, this is another confirmation here, Kishiju, that it does seem that in our political, perhaps in many parts of the world, that the election is the incumbents to lose.
Yeah.
If an incumbent is contesting, it is yours to lose, except, of course, if you have been terribly bad.
Yeah, that's true. When people complain against incumbency, I don't feel anything profound, anything fundamentally wrong with it, because one, democracy itself, being the government of the people, by the people, for the people, is actually about attestation of performance by incumbents. And when there is a belief that the incumbents had delivered on promises, the electorate continue to invest their trust and confidence in the incumbents. And that translates to, okay, whoever you provide for us, we believe will continue in the track that you have blazed. So you are incumbents first because you had impressed. And if you are now playing a surrogate, the American system, gave us that adjective, so that we desecrate that status by calling it Godfather. But as surrogates, you can go out and campaign. You are the incumbent. You go out and campaign for your favored candidates. And you are seen as a surrogate, And you do. I personally followed the exploits of President Obama, former President Obama, when Biden was campaigning. When it was becoming a tight race, it was virtually in all the states in the U.S.
And made private calls.
Making private calls, making declarative position on the kind of Biden that he knows, and even offering promises on behalf of Biden to the people. So it shows the kind of role an incumbent plays, where he has confidence in the candidate he has selected. Perhaps if Biden had not emerged as a candidate of the Democrats, during the primaries, perhaps Obama might not be might not be so committed. But here we have a former vice president. They've been in a government together for 8 years. They had shared relationship, formal relationship and private relationship, and he felt committed.
And
he calls You know, so, and he went out of his way. In Nigeria, we'll say that's Godfather. That's not Godfather. It is politics. We first need to start humanizing our politics for us to understand the essence of democracy in Nigeria.
The fundamental difference, however, may be that the kind of demands, I think it is the demands that actually make them godfathers, so to speak. In those places, there are certain demands you don't make, call them political demands.
They say make demands.
I don't think, but
they
not,
say make demands.
Perhaps not at the level that we do.
Because again, not at the level that we do, because we are not processed people. The American system understands the fact that office holders must have to take decision in about allocating resources, scarce resources, to a large number of people that want large resources. And what was the solution? Lobby. And they gave it that beautiful name. So lobbying is a legal practice in the U.S. firmament. So you can have an interest in something, you approach the officer, and of course persuade the officer beyond what you want to do in terms of the project, and be promised that from this project we can do this too for your community. We can do this too for the interest you represent. You know, we call it lobby. But and of course, when there is a need to secure fundamental, substantial projects or position on issues, they call on people that have been in that office, and the higher you are in that office, the better.
Indeed.
You know, it is you that they will, those who have a desire to secure that project or issue will look out for person that has been in that office who can talk to his successor. You know, what is that? It's requiring something, except that we here make the whole process look rather pedestrian. You know, we still do the KBAC and the chief kind of relationship in our democracy. The godfather sits somewhere and believes that he has a right, you know, to certain things, and require of that right without understanding the process.
Indeed.
You can be a former governor, and you run a construction company, and you build a strong construction company. You have interests in 10 kilometers road you want to build. You bid. And those who will see your bid will also bring to that bid that you have submitted the fact that they've known you before and the kind of capacity you have shown to deliver. You know, those are the things they will give consideration to. And when it is granted to you, you are expected to deliver. You know, and once you do that, you start building again another line, another curve for yourself. So it's a win-win situation if we know how to do things right.
All right, let's go to Minna, the capital of Niger State, where Mohamed Bago has been declared governor Governor-elect, I beg your pardon, of Niger State. He's of the APC. And Mohamed Bago fell short in his bid to be Speaker of the 9th House of Representatives. But this time he gets it right as Governor-elect of Niger State. Let's take that report.
Allah hereby certify that I am the returning officer for the 2023 Niger State Governorship that was contested on the 18th of March 2023. The election was contested. The candidates received the following votes. Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Oyeniyi, Political Party A, scored 140 votes. Idris Mohammed of the AA Party scored 471 votes. Dauda Yahaya Danbaba of the ADC scored 665 votes. Abdul Malik. Abdul Malik Seidu of ADP scored 2,001 votes. Mohammed Umaru Bago of the APC scored 469,896, 469,896 votes. Abdullahi Khadija of Abga scored 1,746 votes. Muhammad Aliu of APN scored 351 votes. Isa Mohammed Bello of APP scored 167 votes. Bawa Joshua Nuhu of LP scored 3,415 votes. Yahya Ibrahim Mohammed of NNPP scored 3,378 votes. Abubakar Ibrahim of NRN scored 969 votes. Liman Isa Kantigi of the PDP scored 387,476 votes. Abdul Kadri Lamu Bahari scored of PRP scored 992 votes. Yerima Bukhari Yakubu of SDP scored 908 votes. Aliu Umar Larat of YPP scored 445 votes. So I declare that Mohammed Umaru Bago of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and returned elected. On this day, the 20th of March, 2023. Thank you.
All right, that was the declaration of Mohammed Umar Bago as governor-elect of Niger State. It might have been disappointing for him just 4 years ago. 4 years ago almost, when he lost that battle for speakership with incumbent Femi Gbajabiamila. And now he is going to be governor. And in Nigerian politics, in our politics, the governor is considered a bigger position to hold in terms of influence, in terms of power, in terms of whatever it is you want to name, even if the speaker is number 4 citizen of the country. Well, now that wouldn't matter to him anymore, would it?
It would, because we have seen we have seen someone left the office of Speaker and, of course, went on to become governor. I'm not even too sure if the incumbent has such opportunity. Perhaps he wouldn't have also given it a shot. The truth of the matter is executive power to the mind of the average Nigerian politician is more impactful, because that is what people see. It is the implementation of what you do that people see. People see the infrastructure you are delivering. People see the policies you are implementing, and you are also celebrated in a way bigger and larger than the average legislator. Perhaps we are just we are still in a nascent stage, especially if we compare to older democracies. The average Nigerian person is yet to understand the essentials, of a legislator. It's like, what do? They just go and those of us baby boomers, for instance, we grew up in an environment where an individual, makes the law. Back in the days, and it becomes law, and it is referenced even in the court of law. So, as far as we are concerned, this law now, why do you need to have all these whole manner of people somewhere and they are discussing forever over a particular law? So, and of course, they also don't have power to deliver on projects and all that. And that is why an acknowledgement of this weakness that made lawmakers now to insist on constituency projects. So that when they go back home, it is not section 2, section 4 they'll be talking about. They'll be talking about boreholes they are delivered, about rural roads they are delivered and all that. So it boils down to seeable physical structure. So when you are number 4, what are those things you can point to in terms of projects that people can see? So if you now have opportunity to become governor, you want to impress, you'll be able to show what you can see. So to a large extent, there's a preference for executive office than, of course, legislative office.
Even if it's at the leadership.
Even if it's at because the leadership, as far as some Nigerians are concerned, does not translate to the naira and kobo. They are talking about. The fact is that the general perception by the average Nigerian is that when you are in office, you are making money. And that in doing that, even if you are not touching his pocket or touching his life, you should be able to deliver certain things that he can see. And that is the way you can measure if you are truly an achiever or not. I am yet to see where profiling, while we will appreciate because of our exposure, because of our understanding, when a lawmaker profiles the kind of laws he had initiated, debated, and passed through the processes in the National Assembly. And you say, oh, yeah, he was the one that led this. He was the one that initiated this, or he was part of that and all that. But the average person there does not understand what you are saying. And if you are campaigning based on that, perhaps you want to become a president. And you are campaigning based on the number of laws you have initiated and passed.
People don't seem to appreciate that, because I remember a legislator complaining just before this election that they are in trouble. That when they go to campaign, the people ask, they say, oh, Mr. A did this. What have you done? People don't understand.
It's the physical that people want to see. So again, that is a deficiency in our democracy that we still need also to address consciously. There's a need for that enlightenment to let people know that the quality of a legislative arm of government is so important to the deliveries of these so-called dividends of democracy.
Yeah, the quality of legislation and the laws can translate to big development.
So many, because it eases the processes. If you are, I mean, the president just signed the business facilitation law, you know, facilitation bill into law. If that bill is not signed, there are certain restrictions that cannot be attended to.
Okay.
You know, but because it has gone through the legislative arm of government, they have looked at it, they have reviewed it and all that. It is based on that law that ease of business would even be, you know, be impacted in the larger body policy and economy of the country.
All right, and I understand that reactions have begun to trail the declaration of governorship election results in Rivers State, where Siminalai Fubara of the PDP emerged the winner of the election, and he polled 302,614 votes. Let's take a look.
Into this race, is it my emergence or the victory of today? But one thing that today has shown is we stand for something: the unity of Rivers State, the progress of Rivers State, the continuation and consolidation of that vision, the new Rivers vision. We are going to work with everybody who believes in that vision to continue to bring better life, good services, protection of the dignity of every Rivers man, woman, protection of the integrity of the state.
This man has studied a lot from the incumbent governor, and he's not going to do something different, but rather to consolidate on the gains and the personal development that is on ground. I can assure you that it's going to be more different than any other governor. Mind you, he's a civil servant. So civil servants are going to be carried along.
This victory is dedicated to Almighty God and to the people of the state. Let me thank all of you for the support you've given. How you stood firm to make sure that we defend what is Rivers State. In 2015, we did it. In 2019, we did it. And in 2023, we have done it.
Victory is sweet. I don't know if Chief Obinawaka is still there in Port Harcourt. Perhaps he will be able to give us an idea of a lot of nerves have been frayed. Some people are not happy. Of course, a winner emerges. Those who didn't win will not be happy. But given the way the election in Rivers State has gone down, you yourself gave the analysis earlier of all the challenges, how do you think that the governor-elect will be able to manage the crisis that has been generated by his election?
Yes, the governor-elect have no reason to disappoint the people of Rivers State. Number two is that there a lot of controversy that led to his declaration. People died, some people protested at the collation center. Now, what is expected from me is to do what? Let him console with the family of the people that lost their life. And if possible, let him reach out to them directly, not even sending a delegation. Since we still have some days or some months for the official swearing in of the governors. So he can manage these things because these people that protested at the collation said that they didn't just protest to truncate the whole processes. Their argument was also understandable. They needed some facts, they need to be mentored, they need to be well understood about how the process is also going. Like one of the things that also happened there that triggered these guys was from ECA. From ECA that was given to some of these party agents, not all of them that even signed, but yet all of them were given their result sheets. But it's from from ECA itself, the ink was not well reflected to the other four. So these are all the things that are supposed to motivate the governor-elect to reach out to the aggrieved people. It's a new government. The formation of the new government is very easy to bring people on board. And these people that were also aggrieved, we can just call them for a roundtable discussion. The state belongs to all of them. They are all riverine people. I interacted with almost all of them. There's no person that is not, and all of them are all indigenous of the states. Relate with them. Election is over. Yeah, let them see how they can work together to consolidate on the efforts of the governor and see how they all can bring in their brains and their experiences on board to move the state forward. So the governor-elects have the capacity to manage it, just that he may not have the time for now because he's overwhelmed with a lot of celebration. As you can see in his celebration, I never even knew that the man is so active, just like what I'm seeing on the television. Right now, this is my very first time I'm seeing him dancing and all those things. So that is to show you that victory is very, very interesting. Everybody wants to win an election. Everybody wants to be declared as a winner. But him managing the situation shouldn't be something difficult for him, especially let's see what is emanating from the state collation center. These people, they are not aggrieved to truncate the whole process, just like I said before. The only thing they needed to do, they want to have a proper understanding about the guidelines of the collation. They want to find out what exactly that is leading to why some results were not cancelled and why results were being collected where election is not expected to even brought before the state collation center. So victory is another thing. Managing the circumstances that come with the victory is the most important thing. Some people, when be declared as a winner, they feel that they are demigod on their own. But when you understand that, even from this political party, they were also agree for advocating. Some of their members also voted for you. So there's need for you to reach out to them, exchange hands of fellowship to them. While those two that also lost their election should also embrace and also to have the spirit of sportsmanship as a people that do, because every day cannot be for the loser. One day they will also win. And when it comes to the issue of contest, everybody is not going to win. There's only one person that is also going to win. That is the beauty of democracy. So he should be able to manage this situation. First is reach out to the family that lost their life. In fact, if possible, have a 1 minute silence for them, especially the day when if you are going for that, because I know that on Sunday they're all going for Thanksgiving. Let there be 1 minute silence. Let there be delegation that are going to visit these people that.
All right.
Because these are the blood of the sons and daughters of the River State. If they are celebrating with that, according to them, it's not good at all.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed, Chief Obinna Nwaka. This applies to different parts, all parts of the country, in being able to manage victory, being magnanimous and all of it. Because at the end of the day, if you're able to galvanize everybody to work with you, even though they are not happy that they have lost, at some point you find that even the opposition is subsumed into your own government, and you have it easier if you are going to run again, and it makes life easy. Election is over, and it is time for the healing to begin and governance to take place. And in neighboring Abia and Enugu states, I understand that INEC has reviewed the conduct of the governorship and state assembly elections held nationwide in Saturday, 18th March 2023. At the end of its review meeting, the commission took the decision to suspend forthwith further collation of the governorship election results in some parts of Abia and Enugu states. INEC National Commissioner for Information, Festus Okoye, in a statement notes that the decision was sequel to the invasion of Obingwa local government area INEC office by thugs on Sunday, 19th March 2023, and taking hostage related to the collation of a relation of the collation officer in the local government area. And similarly, reports from Enugu State call for a review of the results for the governorship election from the two outstanding local government areas of Nsukka and Nkanu East. And subsequently, the commission suspends the collation of results in Obingwa local government area of Abia State and the two outstanding local government areas of Enugu State, which are yet to be collated. A review will be undertaken immediately before the process is concluded. INEC appeals for the understanding and patience of voters, parties, and candidates in the affected states. Well, this is the latest development, and one begins to wonder, little states, smaller states like Abia, Enugu, without the kind of complexities you have in some other states, will suddenly create complexities by themselves, and election results will not be delivered. Interest. I don't want to put the prefix, selfish. So sometimes it's not actually about diversity. It's just about pursuit of material gains, and as long as we don't see politics as service to the people, we'll continue to have that kind of experience. So there is no need, as you said, in these two states you have talked about are more or less homogeneous states, either in terms of religion or in terms of culture and ethnicity. Yep. So why then? What exactly are the fault lines that would be at play here that will also cause all these manners of distractions so much that election results will be inconclusive? Because it talks a story about that community, it talks a story about that state. If elections are inconclusive, it means that some people are decided to manipulate the process, some people are decided to shortchange some people, it means that there's no form of harmony in that space. So, and we should start talking to ourselves. We should start telling ourselves, what you have done is wrong. And in this matter, whereupon there is that general perception of the huge diversity of Nigeria being responsible for some of the conflicts and clashes that we have continued to experience, then what happened to homogeneous communities where you have more or less, at least from the outside, that we are saying, you have more or less the same culture, the same religion, and of course the same way of talking, the same identity. What is wrong
it means interests have become selfish. And
Of
we need to
course,
understand the fact that politics is service. And there's no, you cannot provide service based on, driven on violence. You cannot inflict hurt. You cannot inflict wound and all manners of violence on people. And at the end of the day, you emerge to say you are the leader. Leader of what? For what purpose?
All right. I guess that as our democracy grows and matures, with it will come an improvement in our processes. With it will come improvement in the way we begin to see politics. And I've always said that until we make our politics or our political powers, political positions less lucrative, it's not likely going to end.
I don't think it's.
It is the gains that make people want to kill and die for it.
We need to start again. I take an opposing position to that, because sometimes we do not appropriately docket what political power is. It's not material. It is the power itself. So it's not about being lucrative. Power by its nature is privilege. So it is the person that comes into power that will understand the character of power and how he or she would manage it. You see multi-billionaires running for political offices. It is not as if they are looking for money. It is the privilege of that office, the privilege to initiate, to sit down somewhere in conjunction and collaboration with some other people and say, this is what we want to do to these people. It is the highest form of service. So it's not about lucrative. Most of the people buy from 100 million. They are rich people. You want to become a senator, you buy from at 12 million. You want to become governor, you buy from at 40 million, 50 million. And that's not a poor person. You cannot go and buy 100 million naira form without you having at least 700 million somewhere.
All right. And while we talk about the issues in Abia and Enugu states, the earlier suspended governorship and state houses of assembly elections in Kwande local government area of Benue State will now hold today, the 21st March 2023. Now, INEC appeals to eligible voters in the local government area to troop out en masse and vote for the candidate of their choice. INEC, in a statement by National Commissioner for Information, Festus Okoye, appeals to political parties and candidates to conduct themselves peacefully. And European Union Observer Mission has identified timely delivery of election materials, improved use of technology, and uploading of election results in real time as major improvements observed in the governorship and state house of assembly elections. Chief Observer of the mission, Barry Andrews, pointed out these developments at the mission's second preliminary statement on the 2023 general elections. This is as Joseph Hussein reports.
Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the mission we saw that Nigerians have a great appetite for democracy.
This submission by the European Union Election Observation Mission is coming out from the 63 observers the Union says it deployed to 183 polling units in 20 states. Its reports indicates corrective measures were taken to improve on some lapses in the February 25th polls.
The use of election technology was more efficient this time around. By midday yesterday, gubernatorial race results forms available online range from 62 to 97%, depending on the state. A notable change if compared to the 25th of February election, when more than a quarter of presidential result forms were still missing at the declaration of the results on the 1st of March.
But incidents of thuggery and intimidation of voters, polling officials, observers and journalists in some states were called out by the mission as major setbacks.
Lagos and Kano, as well as other states across the southern and central areas, were most affected. Unfortunately, there were also many casualties and indeed fatalities. This is worrying, as the killing of even one citizen during the conduct of an election is one too many.
Underrepresentation of women in political circle, with just 10% out of the 11,000 candidates that contested in the general elections to the EU, is falling short of inclusivity. Above all, the mission believes Nigeria has taken major positive steps towards transparency based on the March 18 polls. In Abuja, Joseph Utsen, NTA News.
All right, beginning to get some reports on the observation of the elections, which appraise elections. But some will argue, of course, some have said this is improved compared to the presidential. But some others have also argued that the 2023 elections has had much more cancellations, much more suspensions, much more, if you like, violence than the ones before it. We ought to be making progress. Where do you situate the 2023 elections, Niakin Shiju?
I think objectively, when we do a comparative analysis with other elections, I think this is an improvement.
In what areas
now? One, in the processes. This counts violence. And even at that, we cannot also compare. God forbid us to compare body bags, but where we are looking at empirical figures as established by what had happened in the past and compared to now, we can say relatively, it has changed. Then the cancellation, as you mentioned, rightly, again, that is also as a result of the new Electoral Act, which gives returning and presiding officers power to cancel. Before now, you had to conclude the elections and head to court to seek that power. I mean, to see that cancellation, as it were. But now, the law, the Electoral Act, had given different conditions and scenarios under which the presiding officer can cancel votes. So I am not surprised that we are seeing this. I am not also too comfortable with that kind of power invested in an individual, who does not even need to consult an appellate level, because you have placed in that person the power of life and death in a democracy, as it were. If that person decides, and that decision can be relative, to say because there is violence has been recorded there, I'm cancelling. If that person decides that somebody had looked at him in a wrongful manner and is acting hostile, the threshold for understanding hostility, could be different in actual fact. But that person may be one that is not exactly given to accommodating hostility. And so perhaps the first or second level of hostility is enough for him to cancel the election. I really think there's a need to look at that segment of the law, in such a way that investing that kind of power should be democratized too. At least let there be an appellate process where you cancel an election. The people in that polling unit or polling booth should be able to appeal, for a reconsideration of that decision. Then technology had been fully applied, at least in the March 18 Goba and State Houses Assembly.
Unlike
the presidential February 25. February 25, the base of the technology itself was applied, which is BVAS. And everybody agrees that BVAS is indeed a game changer. And whatever may be the case, for me, is the deployment of the BVAS that is important. The high rev, as defined even by the Electoral Act itself, is to say it's a viewing portal. It is not the basis for collation of results.
But I think that where more of the people have had issues is that if you do not upload or transmit as results are collated at the ward and polling unit level to the IREV, that it gives room for tampering.
I know, but it's still because there was that outreach, but some of us were clear-headed about it. Right? This is it's an innovation, but it's still technology dependent, and there can be problems with technology. A whole plane, brands of plane had crashed. Modern technology had crashed because of glitches in the system of the making of that plane. It's Max or Dax or some two brands, I mean a particular brand of plane had crashed, not because of any problem than the system that is used to build it, and it is technology. So if that can happen, we're talking of our base technology here, you know. But I feel confident in the fact that we have been able to finally resolve the difference between accredited votes and total votes, which had been the major exploits of the politicians over the years. The politicians before now, what happens to the ballot paper is the usual strategy they think of. Okay, so you're going to have 500 ballot papers in a polling units, and you have a turnout of about 120. You remove 120 from 500, it gives you 380. What happens to the 380? You know, so it's either historically from what we have experienced and what we have seen, it's either the presiding officer at the polling unit is negotiated with, you know, who offers the 380 ballot papers at a fee, or the agents of the main political parties come together and decide to share amongst themselves what the ballot papers, how it will be, the formula with which they will share the ballot papers. And these ballot papers are eventually stuffed into the ballot boxes. Now you have had overcounting. And the law had not addressed overvoting. The law did not at that time specifically address this, you know. So to even establish overvoting was difficult. But now, with the law working through the BVAS technology, it is the evidence as provided by the BVAS that will establish the number of people that actually voted, because the BVAS is an accreditation machine.
Even though it didn't tell us the character, it won't tell us the character of the overvote, the excess votes. So you now cancel everything.
No, well, it does. It does in a way, because if you have 500 ballot papers in a polling unit, and you have 350 people coming, you know, what you know is that you have outstanding 150 ballot papers. If those 150 ballot papers were stuffed in, at least the first engagement is that you establish there had been overvoting. The only problem now, that's why I said there is a need for us to now address the power invested in one person to use that basis to cancel the election, you know, without an appellate process. So there should be an appellate process where if the presiding officer, you can now people around can now say, no, this is what happened. This is how it happened. So that appellate authority will now determine if indeed it was appropriate for that polling unit to be cancelled.
All right. I do think that the Electoral Act 2022 is an improvement on the electoral process. I've also heard some legislators say, look, we have to revisit aspects of it to try and fine-tune. And I think that's what you might see in the coming days. It's time for us to take a break so that we can join the NTA International News Studio for the news at 4. Of course, at 5, we will return with Chief Obi Nawaka, who is joining us via Zoom in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. And here in the studio, Niyi Akeshiju, who is a public affairs analyst. We'll be right back, and we thank you for staying with us.
And people will still be awake by now.
Hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada and Mexico used the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
It's time once more to bring you news on NTA International. I'm Nancy Godiangunihu. First, the headlines. President Buhari commends his administration for keeping promise on free and fair elections. International and local election observers expressed divergent views on 2023 polls. And ahead of the 2023 World Tuberculosis Day, key players renew commitment to end contagious diseases. There are multiple feasible and effective options to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to human-caused climate change, and they are available now, says scientists in the latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC report released Monday. This synthesis reports underscores the urgency of taking more ambitious action and shows that if the world acts now, humanity can still secure a livable and sustainable future for all. Wanengie Fine Face reports.
More than a century of burning fossil fuels, as well as unequal and unsustainable energy and land use, has led to global warming of 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. This has resulted in more frequent and more intense extreme weather events that have caused increasingly dangerous impacts on nature and people in every region of the world. The latest United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC report indicates that adverse impacts from human-caused change will intensify while extreme weather events become more widespread and more devastating.
Delivering on the financial commitments made in Copenhagen, Paris and Glasgow, replenishing the Green Climate Fund this year, and developing a roadmap to double adaptation finance before 2025. Protecting everyone with early warning systems against natural disasters in 4 years. Implementing the new loss and damage fund this year. The longer we wait on any of these crucial issues, the harder it will become.
The report, however, presents hope that effective climate action now will reduce losses and damage for nature and people. Actions needed include increased financing for climate action, climate-resilient development, political will to cut emissions, and international cooperation to share knowledge, burden, and benefits of climate action. This report warns that every increment of warming will result in rapidly escalating hazards. This means more intense heat waves, heavier rainfall, and other weather extremes, increasing risks for human health and ecosystems. Onengie Fine Face, NTA News.
Still on environment matters, Nigeria's National Council on Climate Change is empowered with a work plan to provide and implement our climate action plan for the country. Doing this, experts recommend should include concrete measures in tune with the nationally determined contributions. NTA Fine Face reports again.
Nigeria, at the brink of multiple climate crises, submitted a reviewed nationally determined contributions (NDCs), prioritizing action in agriculture, forestry and land use, industry and housing, oil and gas, power, transport, waste and water. The country further presented its energy transition plan, passed the Climate Change Act into law in 2021 to galvanize effective action towards meeting its commitment made at COP26 in Glasgow to achieve net zero target by 2060. To achieve Nigeria's net zero target, experts want the country to adopt critical measures including on and off-grid generation of renewable electricity, as well as elimination of diesel and gasoline generators by 2030.
The President recently signed an amendment to the Constitution introducing Item 14, which allows domestic generation of energy and distribution within that community rather than having to send it to the grid. What this does then is opens up investment for domestic off-grid, particularly off-grid solutions that are tied to renewables.
Other measures considered crucial to the nation's net zero emission targets include planting of 300 million trees by 2030, ending gas flaring by 2030, reducing use of fuel wood, and introducing clean cooking to 30 million households.
Emissions from deforestation is the second highest in Nigeria, just below that coming from energy sources. So stopping deforestation and planting trees will be one of the major things that we can do to enhance food security, sequester carbon from the atmosphere, and reduce our climate change emission.
These measures, they say, will promote economic diversification, enhance security, social safeguards, and gender equality. In Abuja, NTA Fine Face, NTA News.
The clerk to the National Assembly, Magaji Tambuwal, says the establishment of Youth Climate Change Hub by the federal government is to foster youth involvement in decision-making as Nigeria targets zero gas emissions. At an event to mark this year's Commonwealth Day, Mr. Tambuwal, represented by the Deputy Clerk, Kamoru Ogulano, said climate issues portend danger to global environment if not properly managed. He said, since the future belongs to the youth, it is now time to stimulate their thoughts towards finding sustainable solutions.
Whether on climate change and biodiversity loss, youth opportunity and education, global health, or economic compression, the Commonwealth can still play indispensable role in the most pressing issue of our time.
Students from secondary schools within the Federal Capital Territory made presentations on the theme, Forging Our Sustainable and Peaceful Common Future. Commonwealth has membership from 56 countries with a youth population of 1.5 billion. Away from environment matters, President Muhammadu Buhari is back in Abuja after a 4-day official visit to Katsina State. The president was received on arrival at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport by his Chief of Staff, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, and the Minister of FCT, Mohammed Musa Bello. Others at the airport were the Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, Director General, Department of State Services, Yusuf Magaji Bichi, and other senior government officials, while in Daura, Katsina State, President Buhari participated in the just concluded governorship and state houses of assembly elections by voting for candidates of his choice. The president described as fulfilling the fact that his administration substantially delivered on its promise of enhancing the nation's democratic enterprise by ensuring free, fair, and transparent elections. European Union Election Observation Mission has identified timely delivery of election materials, improved use of technology, and uploading of election results in real time as major improvement observed on in the governorship and state assembly elections. Chief Observer of the mission, Barry Andrew, pointed out these developments at the mission's second preliminary statement on the 2023 general elections. Joseph Hudson reports.
Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the mission we saw that Nigerians have a great appetite for democracy.
This submission by the European Union Election Observation Mission is coming out from the 63 observers the Union says it deployed to 183 polling units in 20 states. Its reports indicates corrective measures were taken to improve on some lapses in the February 25th polls.
The use of election technology was more efficient this time around. By midday yesterday, gubernatorial race results forms available online ranged from 62 to 97%, depending on the state. A notable change if compared to the 25th of February election, when more than a quarter of presidential result forms were still missing at the declaration of the results on the 1st of March.
But incidents of thuggery and intimidation of voters, polling officials, observers and journalists in some states were called out by the mission as major setbacks.
Lagos and Kano, as well as other states across the southern and central areas, were most affected. Unfortunately, there were also many casualties and indeed fatalities. This is worrying, as the killing of even one citizen during the conduct of an election is one too many.
Underrepresentation of women in political circle, with just 10% out of the 11,000 candidates that contested in the general elections to the EU, is falling short of inclusivity. Above all, the mission believes Nigeria has taken major positive steps towards transparency based on the March 18 polls. In Abuja, Joseph Utsen, NTA News.
We're now going to Zamfara State for the governorship election results.
Three, 6. ADP 136. APC 31197. APC 31197. AP 195. 195. B 176. 176. LP 7 5 2. NR 6 2 4
1 PDP 3 7 7 2 6 PDP 3 7 7 7 6 SDP 9 2 SDP 9 2 ZLP 0 6 2 ABGA 2 3 ABGA 5 2 total valid votes 7 7 9 6 9 1 4 7 rejects 1 1 votes 1 1 5 9 0 5 6 total vote casts 7 0 9 0 5 6 I, Isaac Asimu Shehu, hereby certify that I am in office for the 2023 state governorship election held on the 18th day of March 2023. The was conducted. The candidate received the following vote. Candidates: Gigi Mohammed, male, of the political party A, scored 9-8. Scored 9-8. Sani Kabiru, male, political party AA, 1-0, 1-0. Hashim Ahmad, male, political party, scored 1-1-7-8. 1-7-8. Eastman, male, of political EP, scored 1-1-3-6. 1-1-3-6. His Excellency Maradon, male, political party APC, scored 3-1-9-7-6. 3-1-1-9-7-6. Lawali, male, of political party GA, scored 5-2-3. 5-2. Salis Zainu, male, of political PP, scored 1-9-5. 1-5. Muhammad Abdul Rauf, Party BP, scored 176. Ahmed Yahuz, male of political party LP, scored 573. Ali Dow, male of party NR, scored 2416. 2416. Lauda, male of political party P, scored 726. 3776. Washosani, male of political party, scored 229. Umar Al-Haji Sani of political party Y of PP, scored 8. Usman Hadi, political ZLP, 6 0. Yeah. Why is that? Of P. Okay. That this day. Today is 18. Okay. For that, Law of political PDP having satisfied the requirement of the law is hereby declared and is returned elected. Thank you. Will the agent of parties
That was the returning officer, INEC returning officer, declaring the PDP candidate as the winner of the governorship election in Zamfara State. Now we continue with the rest of the news. The Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room is advocating for an independent inquiry into the conduct of the 2023 general elections towards addressing identified pitfalls. Yaga Africa is on its own part calling for calm as results are being announced for these formed parts of the election monitoring groups. Second interim report of the March 18 governorship and state houses of assembly elections. Timothy Yusuf reports. We'll bring you details of that report in our subsequent bulletins. You're watching the news on NTA International. More reports when we come back.
It is time for us to leave this place.
One of your earrings is missing.
No one will find it.
I'm not willing to take that chance.
I have a big plan, man.
What do you want?
I want a senior position at Dubai.
If anything happens to me, go through the content of this envelope and check every single thing.
It's done. No one will ever find out the truth.
The President of the Senate, Ahmad Ibrahim Lawan, says the re-election of Governor Mai Mala Buni for a second term shows that people of Yobe State are satisfied with the performance of his administration in repositioning the state in the last 4 years. The nation's chief lawmaker stated this when he paid a felicitation visit to the governor-elect at the government house, Damaturu. Yunusa Suleiman reports.
Ahmad Lawan, in company of APC stakeholders from Yobe North Senatorial District, stormed the government house Damaturu to congratulate the governor-elect over his re-election for the second term of 4 years. The chief lawmaker says Buni's re-election is an approval by people of the state on the performance of the state government, as well as a green light for continuity and consolidation of development strides in the state for the next 4 years.
Our people have utmost confidence in our administration in Yobe State, and we owe them the responsibility and obligations to ensure that we continue with what we have been doing and even do more.
The governor-elect Mai Mala Buni, who appreciated the President of the Senate for his support before, during and after the election, also notes that Yobe State has been benefiting from the developmental projects brought to the state by the President of the 9th Senate. Commenting on other national issues, the President of the Senate expressed optimism that the incoming government, to be led by President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will build on successes of President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration.
We will continue to be the keepers of our promise. We will continue to sanction wherever we feel we are not adequate, but we will continue on the path of glory.
He assures that the 10th National Assembly will work closely with the government of the day to improve on security and infrastructure development across the country. In Damaturu, Yunusa Suleiman, NTA News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Obasani, as the winner of the governorship election. The governor-elect, in his acceptance speech, promised to fulfill his campaign promises.
It is in the nature of democratic contestation that they are concluded with the declaration of one candidate as the winner. But we are all winners. When the people freely declare their preferences at the ballot, I note the energetic campaigns of fellow contestants and call on them to continue to make their contribution to Kaduna State.
INEC has declared the Delta State governorship election results, and here is the detail.
Omo Agege Ovie Augustine, APC 240229. Ugoru Grace Oveje Abga 11021. Eze Henry Ekene APM 937. Cosmas Annabelle, APP 198. Umujane Sylvester, BP 162. Bella Kennedy, Labour Party 48047. Agbe Good News, Goodman, NNPP 791. America Emmanuel, NRM 612. Obo Revory Sheriff Francis Orewedo, PDP 360234. Edijala Emmanuel, PRP 521.
Obagi Kenneth Omemewa, SDP 4639. Ofeye Sonny, YPP 484. Oko Emmanuel, ZLP 303. Das Obo Rewori Sheriff Francis Orewedo of the PDP, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Signed 18th March 2023. Thank you. Party area, please, can you come and sign the results? Thank you.
Prince Bassi Otu of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has been declared winner and governor-elect for Cross River State with 258,619 votes to beat his closest rival and People's Democratic Party PDP counterpart, Senator Sandy Ono, who polled 179,636 votes to take the second position. Returning Officer and Vice-Chancellor, Federal University of Otuoke, Bayelsa State, Professor Charles Teddy Adias made the declaration after receiving the compilation of reports from collation officers. Now, having gotten the result of the Zamfara state governorship election, let's now go back there for reactions.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashraf al-Mursaleen. My name is Malam Wadatoma Dawaki, and I am the Chief Collation Officer for the victorious candidate of Zamfara State, Dr. Dauda Lawal Dare. The action first is to pay gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the success of this election. This election is a manifestation of the voice of the people of Zamfara State. The people of Zamfara State have spoken with one voice. They have said no to insecurity, no to poor education, no business poor condition, no to poor health facilities, no to bad roads, no to lack of water resources, no to health facilities, and no to all other that have not been provided to the people of Zamfara State for the past.
Now that the battle is over, what should Zamfara people expect?
A very good, viable government, ensure that what they are looking for, development, security, which is priority of the government, will be given attention so that the average Zamfara man can lie down and sleep with his two eyes closed.
Supporters?
Our gratitude go to the Zamfara State people for their doggedness, for what they have gone through, for their in the ability of Dr. Dauda Lawan Dare to move them out of the difficult situation that they have found themselves, and because of that, they voted for him, so that with the team that is going to the Zamfara people will see wonders, will see development, will see what is said to be a government of peace, a government of development, government that will ensure that every Zamfara citizen is given the right place that he deserves as a citizen of this viable state.
Your final remarks?
My final remarks is that the Zamfara people continue to pray for us. Prayer is the key that will ensure that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will guide this administration to successful takeoff and then successful implementation program and successful provision of infrastructure for the people of Zamfara State, inshallah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim wa salatu wa salim. Dukkan yabo da godiya sun tabbata wa ta'ala mai ko wannan muhimmiyar rana wadda Allah ya nuna muna yau an zaɓi Dr. Dauda Lawan Dare a matsayin gwamnan jihar.
It's time now for us to take Paul Abel's report from Cross River State.
Yes, as it is in Cross River State, talking about the governorship election result announcement is done and dusted because the governor-elect has been announced by the returning officer, who is also the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Utuke, Bayelsa State, Professor Charles Teddy Adias.
Otubasi Edet, male of the APC, polled 258,619. Oga, male of Labour Party, LP, polled 5957. Honor Sunday Ujan, male of the PDP, polled 179636. And therefore, that Otu Basi Edet of the APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared a winner and is returned elected.
With the announcement of the governorship elect in Cross River State, the next item is the presentation of certificate to the governor-elect from the Cross River State Collation Center here in Calabar, INEC office. Paul Abel, NTA News.
Thank you, Paul. And now, Muhammad Umaru Bago of APC has been declared winner of Niger State 2023 governorship election, having scored 469,896 votes to beat his closest rival of PDP, Issa Liman Kantigi, who polled 387,476 votes. We take the report.
We thank God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for today. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us this victory. I therefore and thereby accept this result, and I want to, most importantly, thank my running mate, Comrade Yakubu Garba, for standing beside me, and other colleagues, and the governor of Niger State for where we have come today. A lot of people expect that we need speech today. Today is not a speech-making day. When we collect the certificate, we will definitely lead our policy trust. But we have come here today to openly accept this victory. Alhamdulillah, thank you very much, Nigeria. Thank you for your support. And we are calling on all our supporters, please, let's be humble with this victory. Let's not arrogate this victory. And our arms are open for everybody to come, and let's move Niger forward. Thank you. And Alhaji Liman Kantigi, you have been a wonderful person. You gave us a big fight, and you have shown spirit of sportsmanship by conceding. And thank you, and God bless you.
In another development, the People's Democratic Party says the results obtained by it and independent observers directly from the polling units show that the PDP recorded sweeping victory in most of the states where the elections held. National chairman of the party, Senator Yochia Ayu, at a media briefing in Abuja, emphasized that the announced results so far are not reflecting voters' choices. Timothy Yusuf reports.
With the process of collation, announcement and subsequent declaration of winners of the March 18 governorship and state houses of assembly elections not yet over, the PDP is of the view that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has not lived up to expectations.
We will not accept such a travesty of justice. The same scenario has already played out in Nasarawa, Kaduna, Kebbi and Sokoto states, among others.
Ayu hinted that the PDP is inviting the INEC National Chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, to immediately do the needful.
Where we lose, we accept genuinely, if we genuinely lose. Anything to the contrary will never be accepted.
The PDP also raised concerns over the result of the Adamawa state governorship election.
The ongoing brazen attempt to alter the electoral outcomes in Adamawa state is particularly shocking.
While urging INEC to review some of the results already announced and declared, the PDP enjoins its members and supporters to remain calm and peaceful as the party explores every available legal procedure. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
More reports. Some residents of Abeokuta are expressing satisfaction over the outcome of the governorship and the House of Assembly elections in Ogun State. They appealed to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to perfect some inadequacies experienced during the election, while political actors should work together to advance the course of the state.
The returning officer for the 2023 governorship election in Bauchi State, Professor Abdul Karim Sabo Mohammed, declared the incumbent Governor Bala Mohammed, who scored 525,280 votes, as the winner of the election after defeating his closest contestant of the APC, Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar, retired, who scored 432,272 votes.
Mohammed Bala Abdul Qadir of PDP, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
In his victory speech, Governor Bala Mohammed thanked Almighty God for making it possible for him and appreciated the people of Bauchi State for giving him another chance, promised to continue to do his best toward the development of the state.
It's a partisan victory for my party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. No. Instead, it is a victory for the good people of Bauchi.
There was jubilation in the town after the announcement of the result. In Bauchi, Awal Abdullahi, NTA News.
That was Bala Mohammed, the declared winner of the Bauchi state governorship election. Now, Francis Obonna Mwifuru of the APC has been declared winner of the 2023 governorship election in Ebonyi State. The state collation officer, Professor Charles Igwe, announced that he garnered 199,131 votes to defeat Dr. Chukwuma Odi of the PDP, who got 80,197 votes, while APGA governorship candidate Professor Bernard Odo came third with 52,189 votes. Chinaza John reports that the governor-elect, who won in 10 council areas of the state, is the current Speaker, Ebonyi State House of Assembly.
After the opening speeches by the Resident Electoral Commissioner, Mrs. Pauline Onyeka, and the Chairman Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security ICES, Commissioner of Police, Falaye Olaleye, the stage was set for the collation of results. One after another, the local government collation officers presented their results, as well as the incidences that led to the cancellation of results in over 35 polling units in 8 local government areas of the state. The collation was not without some chaotic moments, as party agents intermittently traded words, while the delay to collect results from Ishielo Council area raised dust, leading to suspension and subsequent setting up of a review committee by the Resident Electoral Commissioner, Mrs. Pauline Onyeka.
We have decided that the election of Ishielu be reviewed. The admin section head review committee. Now, we are going to take it from what is contained in the IREM.
After the review and presentation by Ishielu Council Area Coalition Officer, then came the defining moment, and Professor Charles Igwe, Vice Chancellor, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, did the honors.
I, Professor Charles Igwe, hereby certify that I am the returning officer for the 2023 Ebonyi State Governorship election held on the 18th. On the 20th of March 2023, the election was contested at Winfuru Francis Obonna of APC. Having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared winner and is returned elected.
The governor-elect and Speaker Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Francis Ogbonnanwifuru of the APC, who has a female deputy governor-elect, garnered 199,131 votes to defeat Dr. Chukwuma Odi of the PDP, who scored 80,197 votes, while APGA governorship candidate Professor Bernard Odo came third with 52,189 votes. In Abakaliki, Chinaza John, NTA News.
INEC has reviewed the conduct of the governorship and state assembly elections held nationwide on Saturday, 18th March 2023. At the end of its review meeting, the Commission decided to suspend further collation of the governorship election results in some parts of Abia and Enugu states. INEC National Commissioner for Information, Festus Okoye, in a statement notes that the decision was sequel to the invasion of Obiungwa local government area INEC office by thugs on Sunday, 19th March 2023, and taking hostage of relation to the collation officer in the local government area. Similarly, reports from Enugu State call for a review of the results for the governorship election from the outstanding local government areas of Nsukka and Nkanu East. Consequently, the Commission suspends the collation of results in Obiungwa local government area of Abia State and the 2 outstanding local government areas of Enugu State, which are yet to be collated. A review will be undertaken immediately before the process is concluded. INEC appeals for the understanding and patience of voters, parties, and candidates in the affected states. Away from election matters, 285,000 out of the 300,000 missing cases of tuberculosis were identified in 2022, representing 60% performance for TB notification in Nigeria. This was revealed at the National Tuberculosis, Ulcer and Leprosy Control Program, NTP, LCP and partners gather to review and renew commitment to end TB ahead of the 2023 World TB Day. Uche Ugochukwu has more.
Thanks to advancements in diagnosis, treatment and prevention, there has been a decline in tuberculosis prevalence in the country. However, it remains a deadly infectious disease and a major global health challenge.
Our mandate is to continue to advocate for increased political commitment and domestic resource support.
We have been able to extend our services to hard-to-reach areas.
At a 69% funding gap and over-reliance on external donor agencies for funding, sustaining the TB program efforts in Nigeria will continue to remain a challenge.
These panelists agree that more needs to be done to increase awareness about the disease in Nigeria and move from being the highest with the burden of TB in Africa and sixth in the world.
By the end of 2022, we were able to notify above 285,000 missing cases in Nigeria.
Director General of WHO, Dr. Tedros, will be launching an initiative that spans from this year up till 2027 that will bring together countries and stakeholders to redouble efforts to ensure universal access to prevention care and the latest tools and technologies to combat TB on the road to universal health coverage.
Partners are optimistic that if everyone gets involved, the theme for World Tuberculosis Day 2023, yes, we can end TB, is achievable. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
It's time for our last break. Stay with us. The National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDA, will continue to encourage and support women in all fields in space, science and technology. Director General of the agency, Dr. Halilu Shaba, stated this at an event tagged The Chronicles of the Geospatial Sector in Nigeria. Adebola Brookslyn Sunday witnessed it all.
Records show that there has been poor representation of women in the geospatial industry in Nigeria. It is in a bid to encourage and support women in the sector that the Geo Initiative for Women Empowerment was initiated. Director General, National Space Research and Development Agency, Dr. Halilu Shaba, said women were part of the development and launch of Nigeria's SAT-2 observation satellites.
Women and girls around the world are more involved in space applications than ever before, developing new technologies for spacesuits, using satellite data to improve life on Earth, and researching the psychological effects of prolonged space travels.
The forum also appreciated the works of founding fathers and contributors to the development of space science and technology in Nigeria.
Today, with this, with our phones, we can be anywhere. So seize the opportunity and be where you are supposed to be.
Edidiong Amos is the only woman in the private sector in Nigeria with a background in remote sensing and geographic information system with a GIS firm in the country.
We are offering these young ladies different opportunities outside school, even when they're in school, preparing them for life after school. We support them with the software and the hardware. Of course, there are criteria. We are now being intentional about going to public sector institutions, saying to the women that come, we will train you for free so that you can have a voice.
You cannot plan meaningfully without geospatial data, whether you want to construct roads, even population. You need geospatial data.
Young space scientists also presented to the public a high-powered drone designed and constructed by them with locally sourced materials. Adebola Brookslyn Sunday, NTA News.
The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, says it has resumed the 2023 registration exercise for direct entry candidates and other issues that relate to the 2023 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. JAMB Registrar Professor Ishaq Oloyede, who stated this, notes that 127 candidates who had earlier registered for direct entry before the suspension of the exercise have been requested to return to their registration centers and update their application to comply with the new registration processes. Olayinka Ojo reports.
In time past, some candidates are said to have used unacceptable A-level certificates to register for direct entry. And from one of the institutions, out of 148 candidates verified, only 6 were found genuine.
In order to further checkmate the anomaly and also prevent recurrence of such irregularity, the board has decided that 2023 DE registration will not only be restricted to JAMB PTC, that is professional test centers, but will also be done under strict supervision.
While noting that only 13 certificates will be recognized for the 2023 direct entry exercise, the board adds that following the enormity of the challenges associated with A-level qualifications, they now have a Nigeria post-secondary education data system as well as other innovations in the UTME exercise.
One major feature of the new dispensation is that no examination will be allowed to take place after 1 hour of its scheduled start time, because the board has discovered that some of the problems reported at the centers are contrived to delay the commencement of a session in some centers with a view to securing undue advantage for the delayed candidates.
The direct entry registration exercise is expected to end on the 28th of April 2023. Olayinka Ojo, NTA News.
And with that report from JAMB, we conclude the news. We thank you for watching. Do remember to connect with the NTA in the campaign against rape and rapists. Thanks for watching.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
All right, we're glad to know you're still there. Following every activity on the verdict 2023, results for the governorship and state assemblies election are making their progress to the public space. 5 states are still left in terms of governorship, and the rest of them have come in. Perhaps there are now 4. Because Zamfara has also come in. And here in the studio, for now, we still have Niya Kinshiju, public affairs analyst and election observer. Thank you very much for doing the night shift.
It's a real night shift. Yeah. It's okay, it's a pleasure.
But let's resume this belt, the second half of this belt, with this report that the Independent National Election Commission continues to announce governorship election results across the states of the federal states and other parts of the country for this election. Our correspondent Salim Gwanara compiled the results so far announced across the country.
After the governorship and state houses of assembly elections nationwide, winners have continued to emerge. As at the time of this report, results of 21 states out of the 28 states where governorship election took place have been announced. However, the exercise in Kebbi and Adamawa state has been declared inconclusive. So far, the electoral victory shows that the governing All Progressives Congress has won in 14 states of Cross River, Ebonyi, Gombe, Jigawa, Katsina, Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Niger, Ogun, Sokoto, Yobe, Benue, and Borno State, while the People's Democratic Party won in Akwa Ibom, Bauchi, Oyo, Plateau, Delta, and Zamfara State. The New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, won in Kano State. So far, results are being expected from Kaduna, Rivers, Abia, Enugu, and Taraba States. In Abuja, Salim Gwanara, NTA News.
Of a breakdown of what has transpired so far, the governorship elections, the stakes that the APC now hold, as you know, may want to say, the PDP, and of course the NNPP holding that one state, talking about Kano. Let's even begin with that Kano state, which the NL has fallen to the NNPP as it is now. What do you make of the victory of Abba Yusuf in Kano, understanding the politics of that possibly most populous state in the country?
Vital state, vital state. Whoever runs Kano runs perhaps the nerve center, the political nerve center of the Northwest, as it were. Established commercial center of the North, established political nerve center of the North. The very heartbeat, of politics in northern Nigeria. It determines, it's more or less the barometer for which the politics of the North is measured, because, of course, of the constitutive tendencies, political tendencies in Kano. It's a state you don't ignore. So when it's lost in the circumstances that we have seen, the party that is at the receiving end will definitely not be happy. And you can see how competitive, the stake was. Who gets the stake in Kano, fought for Kano. 1 million plus to 840,000. It was a huge fight, and when compared to the presidential election too, it shows that there was a reinforcement. I think presidential election was 580,000 to 920,000. NNPP had 900 something thousand, and APC had 580,000. Even at that, it was one of the highest turnouts, reported at the presidential election. So if you are seeing this record again, where the first runner-up had more than 800,000 and the eventual winner had more than 1 million, it means there was a deliberate act of reinforcement. Indeed. So it's people, voters targeted, rather voters got involved in the fight for the soul of Kano. So it shows how important Kano is. But what is significant for me is that a party that is supposed to be an outside party is in control of Kano now. It shows again the level of transparency, in this election. There's also a demystification of the incumbency factor. By the nature of the figures we have seen, the incumbent governor did as much as possible to mobilize his supporters, to vote for the ruling APC. But again, in the candor, political candor that Kano jurisdictions have always shown, it must be that the electorate has seen something bigger, than the incumbent, and that's why they went for NPP. I have my sympathies, for parties, for a particular party, but I want to give it to NNPP because of the leadership, because of the founding figure, Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso has a track record of performance in Kano when he was governor, and perhaps the most impressive of which, and I am saying this because that is what most Kano indigene keeps referring to, education. He did not just grow the educational environment within the state. We saw a government under him that was deliberately, as a conscious policy, moving out indigenes to go and read professional courses, outside the country. So much that at the end of the day, you had hundreds of medical doctors trained outside Nigeria, hundreds of pilots trained outside Nigeria, hundreds of engineers trained outside Nigerians. Now, the multiplier effect of that, you now have the multiplier effect of human development, because you have developed one young man or a young woman, he or she belongs in the family, has parents, has siblings, and perhaps now they have family of their own, after that empowerment, as it were. So they have now turned into pillars themselves within the society. And even without much campaign, these are living, working testimonies, to what the government was able, to achieve back in the days. Even as 2 days ago, I still had people still talking excitedly about how he encouraged Western education. And for me, I'd always consider people in the North as being more advantaged in terms of education because they are combining the best of two worlds. Combine Islamic education and combine Western education. It makes you a more robust, a more complete person in terms of enlightenment, So when you now have that advantage, and from what we read, what we heard about all these pilots, medical doctors and all that, all of them are also well grounded in Islamic education. So it's a huge advantage for that jurisdiction, as it were. And I think they are trying now to pay back to Kwankwaso. And that's why this reinforcement is obvious reinforcement. People went out of their way to vote and to mobilize themselves to come out to vote. And it means that there was a need to prove a point. And that perhaps if we can have replication of this around Nigeria, it would also make the political environment more robust.
But Kwankwaso has done 8 years.
Yeah.
He's not going to return to be governor. And so he is not directly going to be running the affairs of Kano State in the next 4 years. And so if he who had finished his tenure some 8 years ago could still come back and you say they are paying him for what he did in Kano, what about the incumbent who has just done 8 years, in fact, still in the saddle?
That's why we saw a close race. It's a close race. It also shows that the incumbents had been able to deliver on some projects, impressive projects and all that. The fight is not a lame dog fight. You see that the one is a close race. It's not only close, but the quantum of votes recorded is quite impressive. It's not, if we are talking of 400 to 1 million now, they will say, oh, it's because there is no proper cognition for the incumbent. But you are talking of 800 and something thousand to 1 million. So it shows that Kano indigenes had more or less enjoyed the best of two worlds here, the Kwankwaso world and the Ganduje's world. But the only difference, perhaps, is what I talked about, this deliberate policy to grow human development. So these are working testimonies. Perhaps that may be the hedge over Ganduje, over the incumbents, where they don't forget that as leader, as founder, he's not even leader, he's founder of NPP. So people in the state will relate with him along the perception they have about him when he was in office. So if he's supporting a candidate, the belief will be that principle. Yes, this is a continuation of the Kwankwasia. And don't forget, he also created that philosophy, that ideology, Kwankwasia philosophy. So the average indigene, when you talk about Kwankwasia, there's an understanding of what Kwankwasia means, in the minds and thoughts of those people. So the hedge will now be, I am a medical doctor. I was trained by this man. And it was free education. I didn't pay for it. I was not only trained, I was trained outside Nigeria. And the kind of premium we put on foreign education in Nigeria, So yeah, and these are, I'm sorry to say, these are A-rated courses too, A-rated disciplines. Whether we like it or not, there are differentiation in the classification of the courses we are exposed to. So if you have medical doctors, you have pilots, you have engineers and all that, going around talking about, giving testimonies from what they benefited from that government, it will certainly rub off on the candidates that is being voted for now. It's a kwakwasia thing. Everybody, you saw how all of a sudden there's a resurgence of people wearing the red cap. It's the red cap, which represents the kwakwasia's philosophy in Kano.
All right. And the candidate himself, talking about Abba Yusuf, who, to his own credit, is also significantly popular.
He is popular. He had always been there, as a professional and of course and as an advocate for education too. So I think to a large extent, but more or less, it's still the seeable because the reference one is not been so long that Kwankwaso left office. And because it is in the immediate past, there's a basis for comparison between his time in office and Ganduje. He delivered on infrastructure as Ganduje had delivered on infrastructure. And give it to Ganduje. Road construction, hospitals and all that, we were following up on him. Delivered on road construction. But again, when you put it on the table, Kwankwaso people can also say, yes, while he was there, that 8 years, he did this, he built this, he constructed that, and all that. But more than that, he trained our people.
In other words, when you put two of the same on the table, there will be one that is better than
the others, yeah.
All right, and coming in not too long ago, the latest of results to come in is the Zamfara governorship election. Where Lawal Dauda of the PDP has been declared winner with 377,726 to defeat the incumbent Mohammed Bello Matawale of the APC, who has 311,976. And of course, Saidu Aliyu of the NRM polled came a distant third with 2,416 votes. But still, between the two front runners, the difference is significant enough.
Quite.
And what surprises me is the fact that after a long time of conflict in the APC, which led to the APC not having candidates in the last elections, and the incumbent governor decamping from the PDP to the APC and bringing together the warring factions in the APC to unite with him, I'm surprised that that unity could not stall his defeat. He perhaps will be saying to himself, if I had known, I should have remained.
I think we will still understudy what happened, because the coming together of the two factions, the Marafa and the
former governor, the past governor.
Yes, the former governor. I missed the name now. It just escaped my mind now. The coming together of those two factions was supposed to be a milestone, kind of, and it was Zamfara was given to APC,
on a platter.
On a platter of gold. And the people of Zamfara actually love APC. But you have two gladiators who are mutually suspicious of one another. And despite that closing of rank, you still have a situation where one may still feel cheated, and they had established a kind of record where if I feel cheated, I know where to go to deal with you.
But both of them, both warring lords, if you like, of the Zamfara APC, are both heading for the Senate. They have been taken care of.
Well, they're taken care of.
They got Senate tickets, at least both got Senate tickets.
But who won? The former governor won. And in the process of the other one, also contesting, I cannot, I cannot put all this in the public space because there are still certain level of validation that we need to make. But even in that senatorial race, different senatorial districts, but there were still a lot of underground subterfuge and all manners of dynamism that marked the two of them. So I still think that losing Zamfara was principally because of the fractious nature of the party, and the truth really is that even the party at the national level was not able to properly manage these two powerful forces, Perhaps if they were able to manage them, they would have been molded into one unit. It took a while to resolve this crisis. And crisis situation, some people will get weary and just go their way. Some would have moved to the other party. Some might have decided not to even participate. Some would have become even suspicious of the major leaders and all that. So when you have a fractious circumstance or environment linger for long, it douse a lot of activism or activations around the political environment. So I see that this is what that's why we are witnessing this loss. PDP, on the other hand, was the underdog in Zamfara. And we didn't hear much of crisis amongst them. And that's why some of us, when we are consulting for parties, will tell them that the visionaries of democracy intentionally, created this circle of election. In some places, it's 4 years. In some places, it's 6 years. Depends on the peculiarities of this jurisdiction. In some places, it's 7 years. But what it means is that there's always an exit point. So when you have conflict, allow time to heal. Don't act, some people will go into that conflict and be conflicted all through that circle. At the end of the day, both the warmonger and the victim or the subject of the war will be bruised, So now, nobody owns Zamfara now amongst all the factions in the party.
There's going to be a new sheriff.
A new sheriff in town.
All right, and that will take us to another that has just been released not too long ago, though, the Taraba governorship election, where, contrary to feelers and all that, the PDP has retained that governorship seat with Lieutenant Colonel Abu Kefas winning the election with 257,926 to defeat his closest challenger, Senator Emmanuel Buacha, who is even a better-known name of the APC, who polled 142,502 votes. NNPP came second. Actually. Yeah. Professor Mohammed Sani Yahya of the NNPP came second with 202. So there's even a bigger gulf than one would think. APC not only came third, but the votes are different, way significant in terms of the difference between the PDP and the APC.
Yeah, I spoke about this earlier, and the truth is that it's as if APC did not have a candidate. The Buacha that we know historically is strong in the field, very, very strong, and had huge influence in the state. So if he had had the ticket the way he's supposed to have it, this narration will be different. But February 10, there was a primary, he won. about 6 or 7 other contestants in that primary election came together and rejected the outcome of the primaries and headed to courts. I think the appellate, no, the High Court and then the appellate court gave it for him, confirmed the ticket, but Supreme Court, also now dismissed the ticket. So another primary election had to be organized, I think March 5 or so. Eventually, the ruling by the Supreme Court was issued March 9, just March 9, to confirm that it can run. So in the recess of it, he only had less than 2 weeks to campaign. Even if the election date had not been moved forward to 18th, you can imagine what would have happened. You will have less than 5 days to campaign.
It would have been more disastrous.
It would be more disastrous. So this is not a true reflection of the person.
Okay. Let me hold your thoughts there. I'm just being told that the governor-elect of Zamfara State is on the line from Zamfara State to speak with us. Good morning, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, if you can hear me, good morning.
I can hear you clearly.
Fine. Congratulations on your election as governor-elect of Zamfara State.
Thank you very much.
How would you assess the polls? Of course, you are going to speak favorably because you are obviously winning, you have won the election. But how would you assess the polls and the circumstance that has now brought you into office, of course, in the nearest official as governor of Zamfara State?
Well, let me start by thanking Almighty Allah for making it possible to see what happened today and to be declared as the legally elected governor of Zamfara State. Alhamdulillah, we thank God for everything. And as you know, this is a very good moment for myself and the entire people of Zamfara State to see this happening today.
What would you attribute your victory to? Given that a lot of people have talked about the heavyweights on the other side, and then you just come in and outshining everybody. What would you attribute your victory in this election to?
First of all, I will attribute this to Almighty Allah for making it possible. It doesn't matter the number of people that were behind the governor. It's something that we should just thank God for it. It's something that we work tirelessly for it, and we've seen the results. So alhamdulillah, God has done it for us. It's not my making, but it's the will of God.
And let me ask Your Excellency, what would you say that the people can expect from you in Zamfara in the next couple of months when you begin this journey as governor of Zamfara State? One thing that comes to mind is the security situation in Zamfara. Do you have plans to put that situation to bed?
Let me start by saying that, as we're all aware, there are enormous challenges facing Zamfara. Of course, security is a major factor. Apart from security, there are other challenges in the area of education, health sector, and so on and so forth. Part of my manifesto was that we are going to take care of security, which is critical to any human development, because without security, there will be no development. So security will be given top priority. And if we're able to do that, the next thing is education, because if you look at Zamfara today, in the entire country, we are the most educationally backward and therefore it's a major challenge that one has to do so much to be able to catch up with the remaining state in the country.
Prejudice to the issues you have raised, education, security, one would think that job creation, wealth creation will be somewhere at the top of your list too, given that an idle mind, as they put it, is the devil's workshop.
Absolutely, you're right, because job creation is also one angle that one has to look at, and we're making all efforts to make sure we look at that sector critically and be able to provide employment, especially to our teeming youth. It is something that will take them away from all the vices, and therefore that will be also the leading priority, among other things.
So let me ask you this. Mining is linked to the security crisis in Zamfara State. But mining is supposed to be able to create wealth not only for Zamfara but for the nation. How do you intend to manage the mining situation in Zamfara State? How do you intend to turn it from what has so far been, I don't know if to say people attribute it, say it's a curse, but to make it a blessing, not only for your people, but also for the country, so that it turns the security situation and also the economic fortunes of the state?
Let me emphasize the fact that Zamfara State is blessed. Zamfara State has the highest mineral deposit in the country, and therefore we are looking at every angle, including people from the rest of the world, to be able to come and invest in this country, and therefore that sector is something that if we're able to get it right, the object poverty facing this state will be a matter of history. So we are making conscious efforts to contact some of the experts that will be able to assist towards the mining sector, so that will make it formal, whereby people will be able to have something doing, and not only that, but also to build a better society with what God has given us as a state.
Talk about agriculture side by side. Mining can become a bit of a problem for agriculture, given that if the land becomes polluted, agriculture may not thrive. How do you intend to ensure that none gives way to the other, that both can still coexist for the good of the people of Zamfara State?
Let me also emphasize here that one of our motto is that farming is our pride. We are known to be agriculturists, and therefore if we're able to tackle the issue of security, then people will be able to go back to their farms, and if we do that, we're not only producing for our consumption, but as well as for commercial uses. So, as I said earlier, security will be given top priority, because if we don't take care of security, then the farmers will not be able to go to their farm and farm. And therefore, if we are able to take care of that security, believe me, farming will also become our pride, as it has been our motto. And we will make conscious effort to make sure we do so much in terms of even the implements people that are going to use, or the farmers that are going to use. And also the issue of fertilizer and all that will be put into consideration.
Your Excellency, and just before I let you go, you have any message for the people of Zamfara State who will soon herald your arrival as governor, and who will look to you for support in every area of inconvenience?
Let me use this opportunity to thank the entire people of Zamfara for the conscious effort they made towards making sure they change the government and bringing a new person into power. This wouldn't have been possible without their contribution, and therefore I thank them, and this is time for me now to build a better Zamfara for a better society.
Governor-elect of Zamfara State, we thank you very much indeed for finding time to speak with us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate.
Happy celebrations.
Thank you very much,
my brother. All right. We're just talking about Zamfara and its governor. Not a man of too many words, but he seems to have come prepared, at least at the level of ideas. He's clear-headed about what he wants to do and how he wants to go about it. Of course, time may not permit him to elaborate. But how do you see his vision of a new Zamfara?
I think he's crisp-minded. He has, from the little he has said, one can see that he's a person that's able to properly put together his objectives. Yes, some of the questions you asked him were leading questions that also allowed him to form perspective as we are. But at least to a large extent, he was also able to expand and put some highlights on those questions you asked him by owning, the initiative you provided him. So to a large extent, I think it's focused. One, the way he answered the question relating to mineral resources and how he also dimensioned it would suggest to me that he has a blueprint on that, because he's already talking about investors, he's linking it to security, and linking it to abject poverty in the state. So it shows that it's not an impulsive response. It's a product of some reasoning, and the fact that he's also able to identify the limitation of education in that state, also means that he must have had some working around that, and I pray that he's able to put reality to that vision, because just like I said, any jurisdiction in the north is better placed to enjoy the benefits of two worlds, the discipline of Islamic education and the discipline of Western education. So where you have a leadership that encourages this adoption, as it were, it makes that people in that jurisdiction better people, better equipped to handle the vicissitude of life and, of course, to advance. Now, especially now that we are going into a world that will 90% be made of technology, So anybody who is anybody must have education, must have education. So I congratulate the people of Zamfara for the quality of the governor that had emerged. And one thing we need to also bring to the minds of Nigeria, this recent assent to the alteration bills of the Constitution had made the role of governors particularly more boros, more bigger, and more relevant, to development at the grassroots. One, electricity has now been devolved 100% to subnationals. Railway lines have now been devolved 100% to subnationals. Legislative arm, state houses of assembly are now on first-line charges. Judiciary is also on first-line charges. New environment is going to evolve from these laws, as it were. So whereas you had governors that have turned themselves into emperors in their relationship to the two other arms of government and are considered as lesser arms, now you now have those arms that will now be equal, because they are not going to carry their bills to their invoices to the governor again. They get their allocation directly, The judiciary gets the allocation directly, the legislative arm gets the allocation directly. So now, there would be independence in fact and indeed. So it means that the governor will not sit down in his governor's house and give directive to what they do at the national, at the State House of Assembly, which had been the case, till now. So that's going to change the texture of relationship, and it means that the quality of persons that would have to be installed as governors must be of a higher texture than perhaps what we've been having, because you are going to have, in the first 2-3 years, we are going to see a test of this new law, which will mean that there will be conflicts, absolute clear conflict. Even where the governors had been the one installing the speakers and principal officers of the House, you will still have conflict because of the new power now being enjoyed, by the House of Assembly and the judiciary in the states. So then, how are we going? You now have power to generate, transmit, distribute electric power. It has been given. And this is perhaps Nigeria's first major problem, power. It has been what is limiting our livelihood, what is limiting our capacity to produce, what is limiting our capacity for good welfare individually. So all of us had always been blaming the federal government, who had historically been in charge of this aspect of our economic life. Now the federal government has devolved this power to the states. It now means that you need governors that are smart thinkers and who will have to do things as fast as possible. It's not even limited to non-grid covered area. It's about grid covered area. So if you have new thinking, new ways of doing things, this is now, we need a governor that is able to implement this to enhance the power, the livelihood, and the quality of life of the people of the states. And railway, especially in the urban centered states, the railway now has also been devolved. It means that you are creating alternative transportation mode from the normal road mode that we had become accustomed to. So now, with these new laws, you just don't need an ordinary babysitting, governor. You need a governor of the truth of the 21st century now, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with any CEO of any multinational company, because this is the kind of task that has to be delivered on now. It's not just about constructing 10 kilometers road and calling the whole world to come and commission for you. Now we are going to start measuring in terms of how many kilowatts of power you are generating and distributing. We are going to start looking at how many kilometers of railway line you have been able to construct. How good is the transportation, the modal transportation system in your state? So we have how effectively are you linking up with your legislative arm? Are you continuously fighting them, or you are engaging them in the way that they should be engaged and all that? Are the members of the judiciary, are they properly connected to you? Are they delivering on justice as it should be? Because, of course, you can no longer push them around. They are earning their own money directly and independent of you.
But I do know that, yes, some level of independence will come in, but the executive power at the end of the day will still, hold sway. It will still reign supreme. Especially if you want some extra, and trust politicians always want that extra, and it will still be an advantage that governors will hold over, the legislative arm. We were talking about Taraba State just before we had to travel to Zamfara. And we were talking about Lieutenant Colonel Abu Kefas winning that poll there in Zamfara. And many may not know that he was PDP chairman in the state before, so he didn't just burst on the scene.
He's been on ground.
He's been on ground for some time. Yes. But seeing the margin, because even between the PDP and the NMPP, you still have a healthy, say, 55,000 plus votes. And one would think, prior to the election, when you listen to analysts, what you hear is that the PDP is unlikely just like Benue was predicted, that PDP was unlikely to retain Taraba State.
Well, the booze around Taraba State, actually, in the run-up to the election, was the influence of Labour Party. We were hearing more of Labour Party even beyond NPP. You know, NPP was tagging with Labour. The major influences were supposed to be PDP and APC. But again, APC, Buacha, who eventually secured the ticket, had to continuously fight for the ticket, you know, for the APC ticket. So rather than go out and campaign and all that, he was doing firefights, you know, within the APC community. So I think that's the opportunity the PDP candidate had. And of course, as you have said, he had also been a grassroots politician, been chairman of the party, and PDP is the ruling party. So it has the benefit of the doubt. It has the, normally in a business transaction, it's the party that has the right of first refusal, you know, within that jurisdiction. So it's coming with an edge, and then you now have a major opposition that was distracted all through the campaign period, you know. We only had just about 4 or 5 days to campaign. So the PDP went into that election with momentum. Strong candidates, weak opposition, so much that it's even NNPP that's showing capacity, you know. And then, however you also want to look at it, impressive to some extent achievements, you know, because the Dauras, who's the exiting governor, also had some achievements you could point to. Yes, Ishaku. Then the identity, that the political identity that is more prevalent in Taraba is the Christian identity, you know. So there is no distracting point. It's the same. It's just an evolution for him, you know. So it's not as if there could be some other distraction or from an intervening factor in terms of an intervening identity that would have countered the prevalent identity. So it's as if all the lines are aligned, you know, for PDP, you know, in Taraba. So, but it's again another lesson for our political parties. If you are going into a contest, let's be focused on that context, so that you go, make the process as clean as possible, so that all the contestants in the primary elections would rally around the eventual winner. So rather than fighting the eventual winner, there will be a rally round of the eventual winner, so you are able to harness all the powers and influences of these contestants to go into that main election, to the general election. You know, so Taraba was for APC to take seriously, especially with the candidacy of Buacha, you know, but this distraction cost it.
And this is something that I think politicians can learn from, because internal wranglings is capable of disorienting a candidate and costing the party.
Hugely.
This has happened in many instances. At one time in 2019, for instance, the River State didn't have a candidate. Zamfara itself didn't have a candidate. None. So this just became open door for the strongest of the opposition to take.
It's even the field is even made easier, made comfortable, because you don't have a contestant that is strong enough. You weaken yourself, you distract yourself. And again, this also goes to the issue of internal democracy. the processes of internal democracy itself is as profound as the processes of the external democracies where it manifests in general election. Party primaries should be the holy grail, of our democracy, because that is the first place where you identify the kind of candidate that will go to the general election. So the focus must be on recruiting the right kind of candidate through the right kind of process, But once that process is becomes convoluted, the outcome is the terrible thing that we have had, that we have. You have a distracted candidate, you have a distracted followership, and more than that, you have a fractious party. And once you go into an election with factions and fractions, you are definite. You only be lucky if you win. Once you go into that election, it is assumed that you are going to lose. All
right. We'll take a look at some other results of the governorship election across the country. But before then, let's take this report on the CDD post-election briefing, where the report by 1,200 observers deployed to the 36 states of the Federation by Center for Democracy and Development Election Analysis to observe the governorship and state houses of elections indicates that despite the significant performance recorded in the process, there were incidents of isolated violence and vote buying.
According to the report released by the Center for Democracy and Development, election analysis provides details of the conduct of the polls and offers some initial reflection on the political actors behind the outcome of the elections.
While there has been marked progress in election administration, there are also needs for more resilient and adaptive administration mechanisms to enable the electoral process to build more accountable and transparent governance structures. Ultimately, these elections have shown an electoral environment where violence remains at the fore and where there's citizen uncertainty about the ability of the Electoral Commission to ensure that the ballots they cast are reflected in the results that are announced.
The press also have a duty not to provide a platform for prominent politicians who want to inflame hate speech. I was worried because prominent, even mainstream platforms offering politicians a platform to profile ethnic groups. And I think that should be discouraged. That is not just a matter, there is a limit to free speech.
The Center, however, expressed satisfaction with INEC's prompt approach to deployment of election materials and the use of beavers, while recommending that issue of voter suppression and vote trading prevalent in some parts of the country be addressed for the growth of democracy. In Abuja, Dennis Temple, NTA News.
All right. Vote buying, vote trading, isolated violence. We have dealt with the issue of violence earlier, but again, it features in this CDD report, vote buying, violence as, twin enemies of the Nigerian democracy. How do we begin to address these issues and get it right?
Yeah, well, the truth for me, it's this thing that we call pockets of violence, where people die. As far as I'm concerned, once we've lost a soul, it's no longer pockets. It's no longer pockets. It's violence. We have talked about the need for an understanding of what politics is all about, and of course, understanding the service issues implied in democracy. In fact, the EU observers gave us a 21 fatality figure. 21 is huge. That is more than how many households in Nigeria? In Nigeria, a household is made up of the parents and 4 children. So if we divide that by 21, you know how many households we're talking about here. So it's, for me, that is huge. It should not be. But you see, there is no form of security arrangement put in place that can stop this. It has to be about the people. It must come from the people. It must come from the orientation of the people. It's either at the leadership level or at the followership and the followership level. The leadership must consciously subtract any idea or strategy around inflicting pains, harassing, physical intimidation. Must reduce that, remove that from the approach to political engagement. Once that is consciously removed, because all these things are mostly planned, they don't just erupt. It's not an impulsive eruption. It is planned. There's an identification of actors that would trigger this thing. There is a scenario painting about this thing can be done when such thing happens. So you can create this scenario to trigger this act of violence. So it's a conscious act. It's not as if people will just go somewhere and something will just happen. No. So we need to start persuading our leaders, our political leaders or aspiring leaders to remove this, out of the calculation in how to secure powers. And then to also continue to engage the Nigerian public, the younger ones especially, because they are the one that has so much energy, to exercise, so much energy to expend. We need to engage them on the need to have values for their own lives, and more than that, there is a need for given the new technological boom, and as we go into the technology decade, as it were, because in the next 10 years, everything we'll do will be technology driven. And for you to be part of that decade that will go into a century, you must be educated. Education then will be the foundation, for understanding the nuances of all these things we are talking about. So it should be the responsibility of each state now in Nigeria, of the 36 states and Abuja, to make access to education, even if it's up to secondary school from 6, as it were, SS3, even if it's just that, it should be compulsory. Because once you are exposed to that, the way you rationalize, the way you put value to your life will be different from someone who had not had the opportunity of enlightenment, of being able to read and write. Because being able to read and write means that you can come across literatures of how life is, and you imbibe the values from those literatures. It's different from what you are taught in your school, But after you have left school, you can be exposed to all this that will continue to mold who you are. So it's a major part of our self-enlightenment, should be a major part of our self-enlightenment process. So that way, beyond people talking to people, beyond what we are doing here, that people would be able to self-educate. And then in doing that, understand the limitations of what they should do when it comes to democracy. So education is very, very important. It is because we do not put value to our lives. That is why somebody would be contracted to go and snatch ballot boxes somewhere. It is because there is little premium to life that somebody will be contracted to go and beat up somebody in a polling booth so that they can cause trouble there and that the election result will be cancelled. For how much would that person, how much would that person be paid for that task? So when you have that minimum level of education and you are offered that kind of proposition, you have the capacity to rationalize and even do a balance sheet analysis by yourself. Because that your balance sheet analysis is not going to be the 10,000 they are going to give you immediately. It is going to be the prospect you have added to your own existence. So you are looking at it as a totality, as a wholesale thing, than just the retail thing that you are given to go and do that, to go and effect that kind of task. So for me, going forward is a multi-dimensional approach. But more than that, it has to be about human development. Human development through education.
All right, human development through education, Nia Kishiju says. Now, we have looked at a few results and analyzed how those results might have come about and what the future might hold as a result for the people in those states. But let's take a look at Akwa Ibom. We run from the beginning now. Let's do a rundown of the results that are in so far. We are now left with 4 to call. We look at Akwa Ibom, where the PDP has managed to retain the seats there, with the candidate Omoeno polling 354,348, followed by the APC, Akanudofia, with 126,602. That's probably about half of what the PDP polled. And then John James Akpanodo-Edehe of the YPP actually came second in that election. Yeah. And he, we must note, was of the APC. Akpanodo-Edehe came second. He was of the APC. He was secretary to the interim administration of the party at that time and had to leave. If he could poll the number he polled from YPP, you begin to wonder, why was he not kept in and, his energy harmonized with those of the people he left behind? But you hold your thoughts so that we go on this break. When we return, then we will talk more about the Akwa Ibom election.
All right.
Thank you for staying with us. We were talking just before we went on that break, we were talking about the results that have come in from the various states. And we were talking about Akwa Ibom at the time we went on break. But just before we continue with it, let's make welcome to the set Dr. Umar Bindir, former SSG, Secretary to the State Government of Adamawa. It's a pleasure to have you join us.
It's always a pleasure being here. Thank
you. Right, thank you very much. And so we were talking about Akwa Ibom State. So maybe it's a good time to bring you in Of course, that's a reminder that the results from your own state of Adamawa is still hanging somewhere and yet to be resolved.
Yeah.
What would you say played out in Akwa Ibom? Of course, power of incumbency, you would say, but the margin of defeat is something else, especially when you consider that the candidates had it very turbulent. We were discussing being distracted earlier. This one was so distracted, from his own party men to the external forces, the talk of education, they talk a lot of things. But the difference does not quite tell that story if we go by what was happening prior to the election. He was still in court just within 1 month or so before the election. So what do you think happened?
I think this particular 2023 elections has exposed to Nigerians, if they care to look at it very technically and scientifically, that our country has actually shifted forward to a certain extent. The mixture and what traditionally politicians call the rice and beans culture has emerged in Nigeria to the extent that it is so unpredictable when you go into politics. So you find that politicians, traditional politicians, are not in peace. Right? These are people who have grown within the polity. They've tried so many elections and positions, and they've grown in politics and government for so long to the extent that their saturation is actually tapering to a point. The pressure at the top for space is so tight that the difference and the fighting and everything is so intense. Two, the culture of godfatherism is now gradually coming down. Before, when you see somebody sitting there, you know, he calls the shots. You know, now it is actually coming down, and I think so many younger people are now successful. They are financially very independent. They are very, very highly educated and exposed. They've also developed their structure and contact and network, and therefore the godfatherism is getting weaker. The third is that the electorate. I think the electorate are now more conscious. Politicians try to break the electorate religiously, culturally, regionally, right? But the electorate are beginning to be more educated in politics to the extent that they can decide whether you are playing party money politics or not. Once they've decided and latched their laser on a candidate, they will maintain that. The fifth factor is that traditionally you see that the contestant will depend on the godfather, will depend on the party, and will scale through smoothly. Now, you have to work very hard. You have to establish your structure. You have to campaign intensely. You have to go to every nook and cranny of your state or your local government to ensure that you are exposed. And then technology, deployment of technology is very, very visible. People are now using the social media so intensely. Engagement of the youth is more intense. So all this put together now is showcasing Nigerians that certain things have changed. It's better that we reshake ourselves and be able to face realities of development rather than hanging on to the traditional system of politics. And lastly, INEC itself has now gradually matured up to a point. The intense use of technology to monitor and to record and to pool the data is now getting different. And it is different for every elections. The tools used are different. The only gap is that the human capital, the manpower that is required to power these things still has some few challenges. So what is happening in Akwa Ibom is just a very typical Nigerian political experience. And I think some evolution of either individuals or at the academia or the politics itself to now look at Nigeria as, why do we have this intense fight for leadership? Something good is in Nigeria somewhere where everybody wants to have a slice of the cake. That is why, you fight at the member of the assembly level, you fight at the governor's level, you fight at the senatorial level, at the presidential. It's so intense. Something is good, despite what we normally say about our country. We think we are bad, we are not disciplined, we are disorganized, we are breaking into pieces. No, something nice is in this country. And that is why, I mean, you and I will never fight if there is nothing for you. So I think Nigerians have to realize that we have a great country, we have a viable country, but now we have to focus on our country and be able to play the development card more than just politics, and then after it's over, we then go back to our beds.
All right. Thank you very much indeed for your opening shots, Dr. Omar Bindiri, former secretary to the state government at Adamawa State. Now, Nii, we were talking earlier, I said you should hold your thoughts, just so that we could welcome Dr. Bindiri. But you are close to the party, the APC, and you could see that...
You now exposed me.
if you merge, I'm trying to say, if you merge the votes of Akan Udofia and John James Akpaludo, who had to move to the YPP, let's say you have a united house, would you think that if it doesn't make all the difference, even if it doesn't take the party to the finishing line, it will become something of a more tight race?
Yeah, apparently so. It will be tight, and of course the incumbent, or rather the ruling party, would have had a run for their money, as it were. But that's the implication of the internal democracy we're talking about. However it is run, once there is a fallout, a conflict fallout of the process, it means that it was not properly managed. Because it is the same outcome that we are talking about here, where people go to the general election and win or lose. The culture is, if the process was transparent, was equitable enough, the loser should be able to congratulate the winner, and you now proceed in harmony into the administration. It's the same thing at the level of the primaries too. The primaries was properly conducted, and